Well,
Hi there, everybody, and
you've done dragons.
There we go. Hi there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. The cameras were a little awkward. That was funny. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. Very happy to be here. Very excited for tonight's session. Session 71 or book 14. Or no.
book
no.
6. Book 6, chapter 14, Fire and Brimstone.
Fucking One Piece energy.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and very excited to get into it. We're going to roll the intro and we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, and we're back. Amazing. So we're going to dive right into tonight's session. So before we get the summary, because we're going to go summary straight into the madness tonight, there are a couple of things that I want to inform all of you about for tonight's session. So considering the magnitude and the scale of the fighting that is taking place in Periton, things are a little bit different, and at least in this first sort of stage, going to be a little bit more loose. Okay, so thing number one, the time measurement for distance traveled in the city is for an average walking pace, right? Something that you would do is to not alert any suspicion, to not look strange, but reason would lead you to believe that you're not worried about looking strange. Nobody cares. The city's on fire. It is covered in ice in certain parts. People are dying. Now is the time to sprint like a crazy person to get from one location to another. So for those purposes, travel across any portion of the city, the speed or the time that is represented on the map is halved. So instead of taking 15 minutes to get somewhere, it would take about 7. So there's that. Thing one. Thing two, this siege, quote unquote, will take part in 2 separate phases. The first phase is the basic defense to sort of clear the playing field, right? This initial attack is phase 1, and then phase 2 is whatever happens in the second half related to Issen. If that is a battle with Issen on the city, above ground, so be it. If it's a battle with Issen in their lair within their tower, that's the other thing, okay? So I have no idea how that's going to go, but you will get, the thing that we're going to do is we're going to use heroic short rests, which means that before your fight with Issen, you can take 10 minutes to take a short rest between going to phase 2. And in phase 1, you get 1 heroic short rest to use at your discretion. Now, the thing is, I'm not saying that it's going to be without consequence if you take it, right? Every minute in a situation like this is valuable. So if you choose to take a short rest because you're afraid you might die if you push yourself any harder, well, then that's the thing, okay? So it's up to you, right? I'm letting you take a short rest in 10 minutes because this is a very heroic thing you're doing. But not wasting time, but taking those 10 minutes is not going to go without some type of consequence. The last thing that I'll say is that because you all were able to gain, not the last thing, this is the second to last thing that I'll say, because you were able to gain all of your allies, right? You were able to make alliances with every single faction in the city. During each one of these pending combat encounters, because of the work that you did, in each one of them, some type of aid will be at your disposal to help make the combat encounter a little bit easier. Like I said, it just depends on who you helped, where you're at in the city. That will reflect the type of aid you get during any given combat encounter. And the final thing is... Oh shoot, what was the final thing? That's the final thing is that these combat encounters, for the most part, are not traditional go to the place, kill the monster. Almost every single one of the encounters for tonight have the primary objective would typically be considered a secondary objective in most other combat encounters. Defend the place, escort the people, protect the thing, save the people, things like that, okay? So I'm letting you know now that your primary objective will not be to kill the enemies, because in this situation, you might not be able to kill all of the enemies because they'll just keep coming. It's more about either defending or rescuing, okay? You're on the defensive right now, okay? Do those things make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Felicity. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and dive into the summary. So, Mark, take it away. What happened last time?
So, last time on the Salamander Coast, Book 3, Chapter 13. So, we get to the city. We know that it is going to be sieged in just a matter of hours, perhaps a matter of minutes, and the clock is already ticking. We get there and we meet Ainwyn, the leader of the Crown Keepers in the city of Periton, and we exchange information very quickly. She told the party of the various factions that controlled sections of the now fractured city, and the team devised a plan to gain as many allies as possible and evacuate as many innocents as possible as this clock was ticking, knowing that they might not be able to get to everything. So, first and foremost, they split up, and they prioritized forming alliances. So, Cecily, Suni, and Keothi went to a group called the Arboreal Exiles, who appeared to be a ranger/druid group who were defending the land from those that they saw as harmful to it. Ainwyn even described them as basically eco-terrorists. They were clearly powerful, but perhaps slightly unwieldy and unpredictable. But the party knew that they had a sense of the plains, and that they would be willing to make allegiance in some way. So the conversation began, they talked about the threat, and their leader said as long as the group opposed the basilisks, they would join. Now that presented some complications, because second, Ajax and Natalia went to go speak to the Basilisk clan to form some allegiances with them. And the Basilisk clan claimed they had been fighting fiends already that were coming out of the tower that Ajax had already visited, and Issen was kind of using it as his main base of operations, so it seemed. And they offered to help here and help even reclaim the keep, if in turn Ajax and the rest of the party helped the clan reclaim their own home back in the southern mountains. There was a bit of communication using messaging devices between Cecily and Ajax to finesse the situation. And just in time, they managed to use smooth words and compromises to get both the Arboreal Exiles and the Basilisk on their side. The Arboreal Exiles were convinced to put their differences aside until Periton was safe and join the cause. And they promised guidance along the way to tomorrow's keep, and they were also able to show planar weak spots where the fiends might appear during the assault. And then the Basilisks went ahead and joined the cause as well. And Ajax was able to seal the deal by basically proving his strength, after all the words had been said, with just a simple exchanging of fists with the leader, and the leader approved, and the basilisks also joined. Finally, there was the fourth faction, the loyalists, the people that still supported the oligarchy investor system of Bella Clara in the region. So Bianca, Carasilla both went there, and they spoke with a lead investor who was wary of the fate of the city after the invasion and after Bianca reclaimed the Damaris Keep. He did not want the Crown Keepers to take charge of this land, and he did not want the political system of Bella Clara to be entirely phased out. So he struck a deal. In order to get his allegiance, he wanted Bianca's promise that he could be her lead investor when the throne was reclaimed, and they could have a bit of a joint system, and that the kingdom and the plutocracy would be able to cooperate to some degree. And at that point, time was already out. So Bianca, without much time to think about it, went ahead and used her best judgment, agreed to the contract. It was signed, and now the fiends start falling from the sky. They appear in portals, some of them fiery, some of them icy, and they start attacking every quadrant of the city except the one occupied by the Crown Keepers. Yikes for the optics. And the party had managed to make allegiances with everybody, but they ran out of time to prepare for the attack. So now, as we cut back, all of these sections are separate as fiends are raining down from the sky, and they need to regroup and figure out what they can do in the midst of the battle.
Exactly. And that is right where we are going to pick up. So, with that, the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to zoom in immediately to Keothi, Suni, and Cecily within Section 7 of the city under the Arboreal Exiles' control. So, as we cut to all of you, you can already hear the sounds of wisps and wind, these crazy crackling of ice and snow appearing all around you. Off in the distance, you can see across the river from where you're standing these massive fires beginning to spread and grow across the city center. Now, as you are there, it is, like I said, it is already very, very, very overwhelming just hearing the people yell and scream at what they are seeing and what they're hearing. So, these torrential elements, the blazing heat from the portals across the city, still adding heat to where you're at, but then the winds and ice and snow of the portals near you being the main draw that you can hear. As the three of you look around and turn your attention towards Magnus, the sort of leader of the Arboreal Exiles within this section of the city, you all sort of look around, and immediately as you look around, just having a brief moment of hesitation about where to go, what to do, you can immediately see that busting out of the trees all around you, you can see these combinations of these fire spirits, these fiendish fire spirits beginning to move through the forest and the grove around them, leaving a trail of flame where they stand. And you can see Magnus turn to the three of you and say, "We will help you get to wherever you need in the city. But first we need to make sure that they do not burn these trees down. If they burn these trees down, we have no way to get to the other parts of the city."
Okay, Cecily immediately is just going to get on her messaging device, call to Ajax and Bianca, and say, "We need a meeting place right now. Where are we going? Tower, bridge, what?"
The bridge is in the most center place. Maybe that's the easiest we can all get to.
It gives us 2 checkpoints as well, choke points as well. I agree. The bridge.
I got it. See you there. Don't die. And she'll
Be safe. That's the guy I just got.
get off the message. She'll turn back to everybody now and she will give a nod. She is able to transmute spells into cold damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I will ask you, Joe, if that has the capability to put out a fire, or if it would just further harm the tree.
No, I would say with these creatures being like a borderline between infernal creatures and elemental creatures, I would say that it is aggressive enough of cold magic to do the trick.
Gotcha. All right, so she will, without question, start doing Firebolt as a cold spell on some of them. The question is, though, that would take a sorcery point every time I do it, and I'm obviously not going to do it forever, because that would be very foolish. So, but yeah, it takes a point each time, basically, and she can put out a bunch of them that way.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll say with the way that it is that Firebolt works, it's a fairly large radius of cold energy that resonates to cut out most of those flames, at least where those creatures are walking. So we'll go ahead and say for right now that from Cecily. That from Cecily specifically. No, you're good. You're good. You're just kind of on damage control, and we'll see what Keothi and Suni do and kind of go from there. As Suni and Keothi, you're getting ready to do things, and Cecily, you're preparing to cast that magic where it needs to be. You can see some of the Arboreal Exiles. They're sort of already knocking their arrows with bows, and you can see, as opposed to aiming at the creatures, what they end up doing is they have these arrows with these very fat arrowheads that seem to be made of glass and have this like shaking, jittering magic within the arrowhead, and they just aim them straight up and fire, and you can see they make this very wide arch and land down within the trees, and you can see as soon as they make contact with a branch, they immediately shatter into this freezing mist and just begin to create these clouds of smoke and fog and steam all around the area that end up extinguishing a fair amount of the fires. But you can see these creatures still approach, even though some of the flames are extinguished. And Cecily, you're able to put out the rest of the flames with your bolt. We'll just see how much damage is done and how many sorcery points you need to expend to effectively do that, based on Suni and Keothi.
Okay. Is this fire on these trees magical fire or natural fire induced by
it is, I would say the creatures themselves are magical fire, but as soon as they leave the area, it's regular fire.
Okay. So, because my question is, and I know this is like loosey-goosey interpretations of everything I'm about to say, so I'm sorry. So if you don't want to do that, I can do a more regular thing. But my first idea was that I have this aura of warding, which protects my allies from magical damage. That's why I was asking about magical fire, if I could protect like trees as my allies. But
I mean,
just like, I don't know.
You know what? If you get in the nitty gritty with where those creatures are, Suni, I'll allow that. For the trees around you, I'll allow you to protect them.
Sweet. And then I don't know, this is also like loosey-goosey interpretation. I just think it sounds cool. So my channel divinity is Nature's Wrath, which is like plants like and spectral vines like ensnaring and attacking things. Can I pour like a lot of divine magic into like the root systems of these trees and have the trees start fighting back against these things?
Yeah.
I know that's ridiculous.
Turning all these trees into whomping willows.
Yeah, just like vines that just making it annoying for them at the very least, and causing them to, I don't know, just any amount of
fucking
fighting
cool,
back.
though.
I mean, you know what? I will say all things considered, sure. As you activate your channel divinity, so you go ahead and mark that off. and also using your, luckily it's a passive feature, which is good, you go through, and as you make your way into the center of that combat, right, where most of these fire-based creatures are, you can see there are volleys of arrows that fly past your head, impaling into these creatures as you give out your command word, showtime, as the blades begin to illuminate the spectral white blades. As you sort of gesture your hands up, you can see the trees around you, the roots begin to shake and move as you truly pull on that natural magic that is embedded inside of you. And you can see those vines, thanks to your ability to protect creatures from your allies from magical damage. You can see, instead of hitting those fire creatures and immediately burning and singeing, you can see the vines stay alive. They're able to find purchase on these fire-based creatures, allowing you to stay a safer distance away. However, Suni, I am going to roll just in the time that this is taking 3 attacks against you. Okay?
That's fine.
I dropped that.
I just had a thought whenever it's time to pop back.
Okay. So, Suni, the first one is a 17.
That's a miss.
Okay. Second one is a 13.
Also a miss.
Third one is a natural 1.
Hey!
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can see these, that would have been a lot more attacks if you hadn't used the trees as your allies. But luckily, thanks, Adam Driver. So as you move in, you are using the trees in a way that even the arboreal exiles are impressed with your dexterity and ability to not control them, but to move with them, to work with them. As the trees are swinging around you, as you're dodging past one, rolling under the other, swinging off one of the branches, making all of these wild slashes and cuts into all of these creatures around you, dealing a fair bit of damage, and luckily for you, taking no damage in the process. And so with that, combined with that ability, and what Keothi is going to go ahead and do is she is going to expend a first level spell slot. So that's 3, and she is going to use create or destroy water. And
nice.
She is going to reach her hands up, and in a 30-foot cube where the fires are still burning, you can see as she reaches her hands up and pulls her hands down, there is just these torrential rain clouds that begin to fall on that area, once again extinguishing even more flame and hurting some of the creatures, which then, Cecily, leads you on damage control, since the Keothi and the Arboreal Exiles have done most of the heavy lifting for you. So there are a few spots that are still on fire that you're able to hit with just one bolt. What I'll say is, unless you have a separate idea, I would say that would only take 1 sorcery point to extinguish both of those flames.
Okay, well, I might not need to do this right now then. But I did just have a thought, because Suni was doing some real cool subclass shit, and I was like, I have a subclass. As a storm guide, I'm able to do the no rain bubble thing, which I've done before, but I'm also able to, as a bonus action, meaning economy-wise, I could do it in tandem with the frostbolt thing. I can choose the direction that the wind is blowing in a 100-foot sphere around me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, if there is strong wind right now at all,
for sure,
she would try to make sure that it is not fanning any flames. So I would say that, has like one hand, real strong poses, like right hand outstretched with the evocation, and then left hand like channeling all the wind like an airbender and like pushing it away from the fire.
Yeah, no, exactly. As you pull away the air, and one of the things that you end up doing is you pull away the air in one point, conjuring that bolt of fire, changing it to ice, throwing it. As you do, you unleash this blast of wind, spreading out the bolt, and instead of having it hit one area, that one single point, you end up fanning out that magic to create this sort of 15-foot cone. and it spreads out over the fire, and you can see one of those like shreds of icicle that spread off from that original firebolt actually finds purchase into one of those fire creatures. As with that, as it's weakened in its weakened state, sort of hunching over, you're able to use the rest of the wind, and you just like blowing out a candle with a strong blow of air. You just slam the air into it. Instead of fanning those flames, it extinguishes that creature with one mighty gust.
Hell yeah. I'm the Avatar with no Earth. Yeah.
Cecily's got to take Mold Earth next level.
That's what I'm missing.
Well, you're technically right now in the Earth Nation, so, just learn some Earth spells while you're over there.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Well, honestly, it totally works for her. She is not grounded at all. That would be the element she has the most trouble with.
Okay.
But yeah.
Alrighty,
Woo.
so with that, the Arboreal Exiles, it seems as though this area has been handled, and you can see Magnus sort of nod at all of you, and he says, all right, thank you very much. Where do you want to go? There is a group of trees by that the north side of the bridge we can take you to.
We have to meet our allies at the bridge. You able to get us close?
I can. And he'll do just that. And he will lead the three of you off to the side to several of the trees that haven't been damaged yet. And you can see he kind of taps the tree in 3 different spots, and you can see the bark crack open as this swirling portal of green energy emerges, as he beckons all of you to step through. And he says, if you're ever nearby, and we know you're there, I promise we will help you with whatever you need. Until then, we'll try our best to help people.
Fight on.
Send you through. And there is a small cluster of trees that put you right there.
All right.
Shit.
And Cecily will say, not even in a joking way, but she'll kind of mumble to herself audibly to Suni and Kyo, these guys are fucking sick. And just go on through.
Yeah. Trees are cool. Oh, is it? Oh no. Oh no. I'll change that. I'm pretty sure it's because Shore. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Shore has
because your voice is so bassy and
yeah, it's just
juicy.
It's hard to handle. I do have quite the juicy voice. Let me turn this down too. I can see it's picking on here a bit. Okay, there you go. That's better. Okay, so. Oh man, yeah, that must have been really bad. So thank you for pointing that out.
Lampinator.
Hell yeah. So with that, the three of you step through the portal. You emerge on the north side of the bridge, closer to your allies, and what would have been a half an hour run, like sprint, ended up just being a 15-second walk as you appear there. So now we're going to go ahead and move to Ajax and Natalia.
Shit.
So, Ajax, Natalia, as the two of you sort of look up into the sky, as you can see off to your east, you can see this massive portal of fire crack open, tearing through the sky, like fabric being torn on a bolt. You can hear that rip and tear, then that crackling of fire as if your ears are being consumed by flame. And then to the northwest of you, you can see this small tear. Nothing falling out from it yet, but it is just in stasis, as if it's holding itself still for the opportune moment. However, to your south, you can see that portal tear open, ripping, and creatures dropping down from the sky. Some flying, some dropping, creating this massive impact into the ground, as all you see is a massive dust cloud arise. And you can see the creatures dropping from the fire heading off to the ruinous area of the city down to the south here towards Issen's Tower. But these creatures to the south of you here end up heading north, as these frost creatures immediately run towards the amphitheater where you were at with the basilisks. And you can see there Baltai. You can see he looks to you, Ajax, and he looks at Natalia, and he smiles and says, "It is time for carnage, yes?"
Yes.
And
There is a slight growl underneath Ajax's voice as he says that.
And you can see the Dragonborn sort of unhook the 2 war axes from his waist as he immediately just begins running off, as he lets out this massive war cry bellowing throughout the amphitheater, echoing off the seats. You can see that all of the other basilisks, they all let out a similar war cry, and you can see there are some basilisks that are a little bit slower. They're wearing robes of pelts and furs with this like sort of plate off to the sides, and wearing bones and skulls. And you can see that holding in their hand, they carry they carry lanterns with these like heavy metal shields around the sides of the lantern as they sort of stumble off in that direction, trying their best to keep up with the warband. And Ajax and Natalia, as you exit the amphitheater, you clash with these ice creatures. You can see immediately there are some of them are like insectoid looking almost, where they have these like mandibles and giant staffs of ice that they carry with them, thrusting into the enemies. And you can see whenever they graze an enemy, a part of their skin begins to turn to ice and freezes, and then because of the weight of the weapons, ends up cracking and falling off with just a slight graze of a spear. And you can see that happening quite frequently. Where there are these enemies that are stabbed and cut into, and they immediately, their bodies freeze, turning to ice. But you can see the same thing happens as soon as the shamans get into the fight. They start opening up the lanterns on groups of enemies, and you can see as the enemies look towards it, you can identify that those lanterns hold basilisks' eyes. As soon as the enemies look towards it, immediately they begin to petrify and turn to stone. And the battlefield around you is very quickly turning into some type of horrifying museum. Statues encased in stone or ice, showing the brutality and the horror of war. But you can see this carnage happening around you. So my question to you, Ajax, and Natalia will follow your lead. Do you aid the basilisks in this fight right now to help put them over the limit, or do you just immediately head towards the bridge?
Oh, Ajax is helping them.
Okay.
Ajax knows he has to get back, but he's not the kind of person to leave them. One, as he said he was going to help them, and 2, he also likes combat. So, he is going to. Because does Ajax see that these are like ice creatures and they've come out of ice and like all that as he's running out of the cathedral? Okay, so as he's running out of the cathedral, he's going to say the command word of Phosha as the fire on the blade alights, the green jade color. Is there like wooden debris anywhere?
Yeah, for sure. Especially now.
Okay. So as he's running out to meet his first enemy, he's going to pick up one of the debris, put it onto his sword and catch it on fire, and then chuck it at the nearest ice creature. And then follow it up by jumping and then slicing into it. And he's just going to, he just yells out, "For Periton!" And he's going to go in there and start slicing shit.
Okay. Very cool. So you do exactly that, taking that massive leap, and you can see Natalia following your lead, making sure you're staying safe. You can see the psychic daggers already beginning to fly at the same enemies that you're attempting to attack, hopefully to focus fire and kill them even faster. So with that, Ajax, since you're deciding to stay and help, what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to make, let's say 3 athletics checks for me, okay?
Okay.
And that'll determine how much damage you do and how quick you do it.
Could I have said I was raging before this?
Oh, of course. Yeah, that only makes sense.
Yeah. So first one is a natural 20.
Oh!
So it's 38 on that
Nice.
one.
Wonderful.
Second one is an 11 plus. Well, I have advantage, so I'll roll again. No, the second one's bad. So 19 on the second one. And 24 on the third one.
Okay. Alrighty, so an 81 total. As Ajax, what you end up doing is you just run into the thick of it. You can see there are large creatures, right? These sort of like insectoid ice devils that are making their way around the field that are these horrors to behold. You're able to cut down 2 of them, but honestly, a lot of what you do is you can tell that the basilisks are fairly easily able to handle them, the ice devils, from a distance, petrifying them, destroying the stone. The issue they run into is they so easily get overwhelmed by large crowds of smaller creatures. So that's what you decide to spend your time on. So you kill 3 or 4 of those ice devils with the help of Natalia, sort of leaning into the rage and the battle that's happening. But then you decide to turn your attention to these smaller creatures sort of making their way around the field, flinging these stingers, or even jumping onto the backs and sort of pulling them down to the ground so these large hordes of ice creatures can skitter on top of them and tear into the flesh and turn them to ice. So what you end up doing is, on top of killing the ice devils, those 2 or 3 ice devils, you end up killing about 40 or 50 of those smaller creatures. One swing of your sword knocking 7 or 8 back, chopping them in half, or bisecting limb from chest, just absolutely devastating them as you cut into them. And any creatures that may come up behind you and try and stab you in the back or pull you to the ground, you can see Natalia throws one of those psychic daggers at them, stopping them from affecting you and stopping you from the rampage that you are currently setting on.
I'd like to think...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I like to think that... I mean, this is the first big battle that Ajax has, like, been in a long time. And the way that he fights is not like a typical barbarian. He's just not running in and swiping. He's like jumping off of shit. Like he's swiping, jumping off of things, like grabbing the spears that those devils had as he's jumping, throwing it at another one and slicing down. Like he's like agile and like using the momentum of the blade because it's so heavy to like almost like in Chivalry with the Highland sword. He's like just spinning around and like he's like even wrestling moves, like smashing things into the ground, and everything is like this fluid motion.
Wonderful.
Yeah, letting out roars as he does it as well.
Exactly, and you can see with every roar you let out, the basilisks let out an equally ferocious roar as this like band of Ravengers is behind you, fighting with you. And you can see, Ajax, with you there, not only are you thinning out the horde for them to be able to better sort of reclaim the ground that they had lost from the initial few minutes, but you can see that you're also boosting their morale by staying to fight with them. So even after you leave, because you stayed and fight, they're going to have a much easier time succeeding because you stayed to help. Go ahead.
I was going to say, does it seem like now the basilisks are more numbers than the devils?
Yes, more of them have grouped up now. More of them, they're fighting from more sides. They're matching you in ferocity. You could probably head to the bridge and they would be fine. They'd be better off if you stayed, but obviously that's not an option.
Ajax, after like, I guess like the first initial wave of these things, once they've died down and we're like kind of have control of the battlefield, Ajax is going to look to Bataille and say, I have to head to the bridge to meet up with my compatriots. Use your men and your allies. Surround the devils. Do not let them gain back their numbers. Keep it up.
Okay. And he's just going to nod and go, ah! And he's just going to yell at you and then run back in.
Yeah, Ajax is going to let out a line roar and say, Natalia, we have to go back to the bridge. That's where we're meeting everyone.
All right, let's go. And with that, the two of you make your way. So that takes you about 15 minutes to get there after about 5-10 minutes of fighting. Okay, so that means Keothi, Suni, and Cecily are going to be waiting on you for about 25 minutes. Okay. All right. So with that, we go up to the top here in section 1 to Carasilla and Bianca. So Carasilla, Bianca, as the two of you step out into the city streets, you see those portals open, you see the creatures flooding out, and you see Victor shouting out commands to different soldiers, trying to get them moving and ready to go. You can see Victor, he draws his sword, and he joins the fight as well. The thing is, from your section, it's not fire or ice that is spreading through the Loyalists' realm. These portals that opened around them may belong to fiery, maybe fiery in origin, but the creatures that drop down are trailing this black and green vicious smoke behind them. And as they touch down onto the ground, you can see they leave this trail of corruption behind them. as they slowly walk and skulk throughout the city streets, trailing their fingers on buildings. You can see the scratching, rotting out the wood and just dissolving the stone. As these creatures are incredibly slow, but they are incredibly deadly. They can be outmaneuvered easy, but as soon as they get a hold of you, that's when things start to really devolve. So, with that, Carasilla, Bianca, you know that the Loyalists are the best armed, best armored, and probably most well-trained of any of the other factions. They could probably handle this, but it's up to you. You can either stay and fight to help them balance things out and gain a little bit of a footing, or you can head straight to the bridge. It's entirely up to you.
I know we're the furthest away, but I feel like we should do at least a little something instead of just leaving them, because they might be the most well-armed, but they also were the least, like, prepared, because they were the last ones to, like, fully get ready. What do you think, Carasilla?
Yeah, no, very much agreeing with a lot of that. And I'm also just thinking, even though these things are slow, if there's people that aren't, like, you know, combat proficient, like if they're lagging, like would want to spend a little bit of time at least to like get people that want to flee to like help with that, help give like direction, help like, you know, let people find each other. But yeah, just not just focusing on that defensive effort as well.
Right, that's a good idea. Do we see like so they just kind of like corrupt things as they go. Are they, so they're slow, can they travel up? Are they like climbers? Do they dig? Like, or are they just kind of slowly walking and corrupting through the whole city?
Slowly walking and corrupting throughout the whole city. You see, they actually can't even find purchase on buildings, because as soon as they place their hand into something, the tendrils of disease and corruption that hit the stone or wood just immediately begins to seep through and melt it. So one of the things they do is they just level the playing field. You can see from the very edge of your vision one trailing its hand along the bottom of a house, and you can see that as it does that, eventually once half of the house is gone, the house just collapses as the foundation, half of it is now gone.
Okay, so traveling up is a bad idea as well. Cool. I have an idea of how to like maybe slow them down further or even take some out. Carasilla, do you want to assist with that, or do you want to do like direction stuff, like getting people to safer places?
I mean, I can kind of help with both, because I can combo, because like, especially since Mind Sliver's a cantrip, and they'll help let them like take damage from saving throws, hopefully more, because it will reduce their saves.
Okay, cool.
But
and
yeah,
I can help with the
Distant
directions
Whispers.
and stuff too.
Yeah, I think just the combo team, like, helping with that kind of game of, like, keep away, like, let people, like, be able to get away from these things, and then also just fucking damaging them as well.
So besides directing, my idea was, you said that they, like, come out in, like, it's like there is like a flame like portal, but they're not on fire. I was wondering if I could like, now this is also loosey-goosey, kind of like what Cameron did, but if I like tried to, with the Raven Queen's lantern lit, kind of combine like thaumaturgy and like her connection with the Raven Queen and turn that into a divine flame. And so maybe if there's like gas and everything, it kind of explodes in a divine blast. Yeah?
Okay.
Terrible idea?
No,
More damage? I don't know.
I'm following you. Are you saying the giant portal in the sky?
I'm saying the flame that it, yeah, I guess. Is that where they're coming from? I thought there was one lower.
No, that's where they're coming from. You can certainly try, but that's definitely going to be a check I'm going to need you to make. That's dope. Okay. But I'm going to need you to, and it won't be permanent, but it could be a temporary sort of like flashbang that could be hella dope. So
yeah, I'm going to do that. And then, so I can get up closer, do I have to be close enough for thaumaturgy? I don't know.
I'll say it's loosey-goosey anyway. You can see it from where you're at. We're good. You don't need to get any closer. You can easily see the portal from where you're at.
Okay, I I'm gonna try. Let's do some checks.
Okay.
I thought it was like a little portal on the ground for some reason.
No, it's huge.
Okay.
Let's see. What check should Bianca make for this? Because this is interesting. This is what I encouraged all of you to do, so I'm super stoked. Okay. I'm gonna have you make 3 separate checks, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna have you make an Arcana check, a Religion check, and an Acrobatics check. In that order. Okay?
Okay, Arcana first. Here we go. Oh, it almost was a nat 20. 16, still good. Nat 20 would have been crazy. Then you said Religion next.
Uh-huh.
Where's the art? Religion. There you are. Ooh, another good one. So that's a 21.
21? Okay.
And then Acrobatic.
Give some cheeky bardic before this last check, just in case.
Cool. I'm good at Acrobatic. Well, does Bardic help with a natural 1?
Oh
Right.
no.
I do have a plus 8
Literally
in
stumbled at the end.
Acrobatics. I have a plus 8 with Acrobatics.
But remember, minus 10.
I know. So do I fall from the sky and break a leg?
Well, what I'll say is that since you rolled it, Carasilla probably would have inspired you when you started this. So you can either use it on the natural 1 to try and mitigate whatever is going to happen, or use it on the 16 to try and amplify whatever you're trying to do. I leave that choice up to you. Since this is a loosey-goosey thing.
Let's amplify it. If I'm gonna hurt, let's make it work.
All right.
So.
What is it? A D8? D10?
Yeah.
10.
D10.
10?
Ooh.
Okay. Nice. Too bad I rolled a natural 1. It's okay. Oh, but that's a 9 plus 9 to that 16.
Oh my god. Okay. So 16 plus 9, that is 25.
I don't know.
25 and 21 and a natural 1. Okay.
I do. Okay, Joe. Can I potentially react to the acrobatics check?
Tell me what you want to. Tell me what you want to do, and I'll let you know.
So one of the one feature with the new sword, with the, do you know what I'm talking about?
Let me double check because there are 2 features. Let me see which one you're talking about.
The one that could help you from falling.
Okay. All right. So the falling damage was only half of it, so it'll mitigate the falling damage.
Cool.
Great. Okay. All right. So that's what Bianca's doing. Let's get this all in one neat, nice little narrative package. Carasilla, what are you doing in this moment? We'll come back to the results of both here in a second.
Yeah, I mean, while Bianca's focusing on that, I think it is just legitimately, like, this first, like, I guess, part of the attack. She's just going to focus on getting people out, because they weren't doing that previously, and they really got to do that. So anyone that's not obviously part of their little militias, she's just doing her fucking best to get them out.
So get them out where?
Well, there's a gate nearby, which I assume we know of, and also down to the docks, I guess, if there's more southwards, but then that's also where the big scary fireball is, so probably mainly towards the gates.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, all right. Because you can either send them to the gate, which there could be enemies there, or you could send them to the Crown Keeper's area, where there are no portals, there are no enemies.
Is there no enemies, or are there just no portals?
I mean, from where you're at, you could probably tell that no enemies are going into the Crown Keeper's area.
Oh, shit, okay, send them that way then.
Okay, all right. Okay, cool. So you start directing people. They're a little apprehensive at first, but then they realize, oh shit, look at the situation. Let me not be a bitch. So go ahead and, actually, Carousel, I'm not even going to make you roll for that. This is your thing. You quickly tell people exactly what they need to hear, and so many people, as soon as you start speaking, they pay attention, they listen, they nod, and they just start heading in that direction. And as Bianca's attempting to do what she's doing, you start telling people to do that, and you said you were going to mind sliver the shadow creatures as well?
Well, I mean, yeah, if there's for where the militia things are, I don't know how much of a spellcasty, but it just anything to help like disorientate the little shadow things, let people get that upper edge.
Okay, totally. Go ahead and make a a spell attack check for me. So you're just a d20 plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
That wasn't fantastic. That's 16.
16. Okay, 16 is not bad at all. Because you're trying to do two things at once, even though it's a cantrip, so many people come up to you, they ask you what's going on, what's happening. Is my family okay? Do you know where my brother is? Have you seen my little sister? Things like that. And it's a little disorienting, a little distracting. You focus on those people, sending them away off to the Crown Keeper's district at the negative effect of you're able to mind sliver, but not with as much intensity as you wanted to. So luckily you are able to trip up these shadow creatures. Everyone you mind sliver, it stops for a moment. It's disoriented, and you can see that the spellcasters of the Crown Keeper, or of the Loyalists, they're able to get a few free hits in, right? They're able to have cast these spells that make it succumb to saving throws, but these creatures are hardy. But the thing that you allow is because you stall these creatures, more people can get out of their homes. More people can flee to the other side of the city where there's currently no danger. More people are saved because you're disorienting those creatures and causing them to trip up. It's not enough to kill any of them outright, but because of that, more people are able to be saved. So, Carasilla, as you are mind slivering and as you are directing people out of the city, you can see Bianca taking a few steps forward, raising up that lantern, and you can see that in that moment, as Bianca raises up her lantern, opening up the hood of the lantern, you can see that spectral teal flame begin to light and glow and turn this white hot. As she holds the lantern up, you can see Bianca's entire form begin to change as she slowly begins to elevate, as there is this magical energy that sort of snakes out from the lantern, these spectral wisps of flame making their way up and over to that massive portal in the sky. Bianca, you can feel your feet begin to levitate up off the ground holding the lantern as you feel this magic lifting you up. As you gesture and hold the lantern up, you can feel that connection grow stronger and stronger and stronger. The magic that you possess from the might of the Valkyries and from the Raven Queen is very strong. Strong enough to reach out to the portal and grab hold of it, where you and your lantern are now linked. These two things are linked, and now you have the opportunity to attempt to shift the magic that is here from infernal to radiant.
Oh my god.
So as you were there, Bianca holding up that lantern, channeling that divine energy, trying your best to do everything you can, every moment you've had with the Raven Queen, every connection you've had to that divine being, to the cycle of life and death, to winter, to all of these things that she is symbolic of. That connection is strong in this moment, and you can feel that shift begin to happen. It's not easy, and it is not without turbulence. As you are channeling your magic into that sphere, the wisps of energy begin to grow white and hot. They begin to radiate these waves of heat. The air around the sphere of flame in the air and the air around you begins to shake and vibrate. You can feel this magical, divine surge of energy happening around you, Bianca. You can feel something inside of you shifting and changing. Something is happening in this current moment, and you can either let go and let it happen, or try your best to control it. What are you doing?
Oh. Do I feel like it's gonna be bad if I don't try to control it? Would I be able to know that?
You do not know at all. Kayla brought me food, so think about that while I go grab the food.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, no.
if it helps your decision at all, I have chicken, couscous, and carrots.
Oh, good.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Did it work? Did the thing work, or is it still need to be done? Like,
it still needs to be done. It is just a matter of how it happens. You can feel the arcane connection between you and your magical item is strong. You can feel the connection between you and the Raven Queen is strong. I can tell you, this is not the acrobatics check. This is a situation all on its own because you succeeded on the first 2 checks.
well, I feel like she should try and control it. I feel like the last thing we need is more chaos in the sky. I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm trying.
Okay, all right. So you attempt to control it. Luckily, with the success on the previous 2 saves, there's no additional save needed here because you succeeded the first 2. As you channel your energy up, you try your best to stifle the chaotic nature of it and focus it. And you do just that. Instead of causing some massive destructive blast that may have closed the rift, that may have done significant damage to who knows what, you channel the energy and try and make it an instantaneous effect to cause immediate disorientation to whichever creatures are connected to that portal, and that's exactly what you achieve. Floating up in the air, you channel your lantern up. That magic, there's this surge of energy from you to the lantern, and then eventually to the portal. And as soon as that surge of magic hits the portal, you can see the wisps of red and this bloody fire immediately changes to this white-hot blast. Almost like when a star explodes. There is this shockwave of radiant energy from that point, echoing out probably 7, 8, maybe even 1,000 feet from that area. And you can see any of those shadow creatures immediately turn to look at that sphere, feeling their connection weaken for a moment, and there is this blast as almost all of them are disoriented. They don't know where they're at. Some of them are frozen in place. Some of them, you can see the shadow begins to peel away from their body as the creatures begin to disintegrate, some of them. None of them are completely destroyed from what you did, but all of them, for probably the next 5 or so minutes, are immobilized. And Bianca, you are not free from that destruction. That took a lot out of you to do that, and you begin to fall. But luckily, the magic of the Valkyries guides you, and you sprout those wings thanks to your blade, and you're able to coast gently down to the ground, but not before there is this shockwave of radiant energy that hits you. And it deals twice the pride, double the fall. 27 points of radiant damage.
Ugh.
As you are slammed with that radiant energy as you drop down on to the ground. Luckily, you sprout the wings, you sort of land, 3-point landing. There is this crack of concrete and stone path underneath you from the force you impact the ground with. And as you sort of look up and around, you can see that that orb of fire has transformed back into that hellish flame. But for a brief moment, there was a glimpse of hope in the sky. And Carasilla, as you turn towards Bianca, you're shocked for a moment, because of course you see these angelic wings behind her, reminiscent of that of the Valkyries. But Bianca's hair has turned from purple to the stark white color.
Kind of like dizzy. Just be like, oh, okay, are we ready to go now?
We met.
Most of that could wait till later. But just because I feel like it's also important, I do want to chuck in a little bit of cure wounds, just so you ain't looking too bad. So 23, so that's almost everything back, right?
I got my feature. You roll twice, I take the higher.
Ooh.
I will do that. I decided it was at third level? Yeah. Yeah, so 23.
Take you. That is much healing. Alright.
Take me.
Are we ready? Carousel, are we ready to go?
Hopefully we'll find the rest waiting for us.
Hopefully. They're waiting on us. That's so funny.
And as the two of you get ready to go, you can see Victor sort of parties back up with you, and he sort of looks up at the sky and he looks at Bianca, and having seen you levitate in that discharge of magic, he just gives you a nod and like fist to his chest and like a very like, hell yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe she is the queen. Okay, all right.
And Bianca, as you potentially nod back or whatever, there is a brief bit of your hair, your bangs maybe, that fall in front of your face, and you immediately brush it away as you now notice that your hair has turned white.
All right, she noticed. She's like, can't think about that right now. Gotta keep moving.
Okay, and then what would take about 40 minutes, takes you about 20
Yeah, we're the furthest.
to get over there. So before we get to our groups being reconvened, Suni, Cecily, Keothi, the three of you stand on the bridge waiting and waiting and waiting. Luckily, with the earpieces, we can say you are able to be constantly updated about where each group is whenever it's necessary. So you're not worried. But eventually, after a little bit of time, it seems as though this bridge has been fairly free of damage so far. None of the creatures have followed you here. None have been attacking this bridge at all yet so far. So, in this moment, you just kind of sit and wait, maybe diverging a little bit from it to lay down some suppressing fire, doing a little bit of what you can to help people, but you wait. Eventually, Natalia and Ajax arrive, and then Bianca and Carasilla arrive shortly after. So with that, the group is reconvened.
I like to think that while Ajax was in combat, because he also is a prompt person, and he knew they were waiting on him, he was giving like updates of like, I'll be there soon, sorry. You just hear grunts and stuff.
I just imagine the whole time too, Cecily's got the earpiece like, fucking come on.
I'm sorry,
Like,
I'll be there. I'll be there soon.
Suni and Kyo were like, call them again. It's like, they're not here yet.
I'm still fighting.
That's so funny.
But yeah, as soon as everybody's actually here, she'll just. Well, now what? Tower, group. What do we want to do?
Well, as everybody reconvenes, so
Fireball.
As everybody reconvenes, all of you sort of reconvene next to each other. You're finally back together. I'll say that Bianca, you would receive a message from sending in your head, and Carasilla, you would receive a message and sending in your head. Bianca, the message you receive is from Kaladon. As you can hear him grunting and injured immediately right off the top of it from his voice. He says, "My queen, I hate to ask such a thing of you, but we were attempting to make our way through the loyalist territory before the rifts open, trying to get people out, but the rift appeared right on top of us. And if we don't get extraction soon, I'm afraid the worst will become of us. If you can, we need your help." That's the message you received, Bianca. Carasilla, the message you receive is from Victor. Victor says, "I know that we just spoke with one another, and I'm sorry to call you back so soon, but should you have the time, and should you have the resources, there are several powerful mages that are currently trapped in the first section of the city. These mages are currently being trapped by some type of heavily armored warriors that are holding what I believe to be beholder eyes, suppressing the mages' magic. If you're able to assist them, those mages I'm sure will come in handy later. If you can, please help." So you're not beholden to respond to either one of those, but you have two people right now that definitely need your help.
Are they related
Relay
to
that
us?
to the party quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so would Bianca.
shit. Well, Ajax says, well, you have to help them also. He looks at Bianca. We'll talk about that later. But we have to help. We have to help them, right? We have to.
No, we do.
So what's the plan?
Are they both in the Loyalists' corner right now?
Sounds like it.
Caledon is in Section 2, and the mages are in Section 1, so you can't do both unless you split up.
We should split up then.
We can split up and try and have my father meet up with whoever's in Section 2, because he's nearby, from what I remember last.
That's a good idea. If we can send a message. Who here relies less on their magic to fight? That's who we should send to Victor.
Good point.
I don't.
I don't need to.
Okay, so Bianca, Suni, and I should head to Victor.
And Carousel, if you want to contact my father to join you, and we can take my mom with us, that should be a pretty balanced number.
Well, what was the Swordmaster's actual name? Does Ajax know that yet? Or is
I don't think so.
Okay.
His actual name is Illithor, but I
Yeah.
think Bianca's the only one who knows that.
Okay, so Ajax will say, well, the Swordmaster said that a portal opened above them, which means that there are way more forces near him, at least, than would be near Victor, because you two just came from there, correct? As he looks at Bianca and Carousella.
I honestly, I don't know. They're everywhere. It could be the situation gets worse the longer we wait for the other one. It's still bad with this one. I think we just need to act quick and hopefully we do our best.
There any trees where you were? I can call the arboreals. We'll be fine. At least I think that's what they said.
I think there's trees kind of everywhere.
Okay, well, hopefully we find one then.
All right. So Bianca, Suni, and I, and Natalia will go to Victor to save those mages. The rest of you will head over to the Swordmaster while calling the arboreals to assist you as well. Correct?
Cecily will turn to Kyo as well. You think you can help with that? You probably have a better connection with the arboreals than I will.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay.
Carosilla also needs to send word to Bianca's father to meet you over there, correct?
Right.
Do that?
All right. Keep in contact, but we need to move out now.
Right.
If you
See you
need
soon.
help, yell for it.
Or ring us.
Well, that's what I meant. Use the things.
Okay. Alrighty. So we have Illithor, Cecily. Who else is going to help Caledon?
Kyoki.
Carosilla, Kyoki, I
Okay.
believe. Yeah.
And then Bianca, Suni, Natalia, and Ajax going to assist the mages.
Was the Swordmaster with Ildon as well? Because Caledon's a different person than Illithar, the Swordmaster, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Caledon,
No, it's okay.
No, you're fine. Caledon is the dragon, the dragonborn who all of you encountered on the road. Yeah.
So he could also go with Ildon then to help, right?
Swordmaster could, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Also, somebody message Suna and tell her to do something. She's
Yeah.
over the Crown Keepers.
Gonna go with him.
Isn't Suna, like, squishy?
She's squishy, but she could, like, offer
Yeah.
information. I think the best thing she could do is offer information and guidance to the groundkeepers, so they're not just there.
Yeah, I mean, she also has a cannon, so if anything does attack the crown keepers, she can shoot them from afar and stay way far away from the battle.
Tell her to like set up defenses on the perimeter or something.
Yeah.
That might be good.
Yeah, I just don't think she should go towards one of the portals because I feel like she's gonna
just alone. Yeah, nah.
It's like sending a level 1 wizard into just death.
Yeah.
At least that was my vibes from Suna. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't known her.
I think she's like a competent artificer, but still. I mean, we wouldn't send Cecily right to the portal either, so.
Correct.
And I'm level 10.
Okie dokie. So, you all split up. Cool. So, the groups split off in their separate directions, heading towards their separate areas. So, we'll go ahead and establish which each one of you see. So, no Bianca, no Suni, no Ajax. Okay. Let me delete those tokens off the map. And then we gotta add Suna. And we gotta add Ildan. And then we gotta add Illithor. Okay.
Wait, was Suna going to this?
No, Suna was going to the, right, she was going with Keothi, Carasilla, and Cecily for the Caledon, right?
She could if she's able to meet us safely. That'd probably be good, so we're a little more stacked.
Yeah. I don't remember what we said, but let's go with yes.
Well, because the Crown Keepers that are trapped are right next to the Crown Keepers territory where this fire is right here.
Right.
Right.
Where your tokens are on the map.
What's her range on her Eldritch Cannon?
Not that far.
So,
across the city.
Hell yeah.
As Ildan, eventually Ildan, Carasilla, or Ildan, Suna, and Illithor party up with Carasilla, Keothi, and Cecily as all of you come together, sort of reuniting in this area right before getting to the building that is on fire, right near the portal. You can see that Ildan will inform all of you. I just want all of you to know that there's been no fighting at all in the Crown Keeper's territory. In fact, they're staying away, very intentionally avoiding that part of the city. And Carasilla...
Send them out to each quadrant, then.
Yeah. And Carasilla, just so you're aware, the refugees, the people that you sent over, we've been trying to get them in the various safe houses we have, just in case something does happen. So thank you for sending them there.
Yeah.
Alrighty. And then we'll say Keothi, as she was making her way over, she would have used sending to reach out to Magnus, informing them about the situation, and Magnus would, because you are allies with the Arboreal Exiles, as long as you can get them to a cluster of trees, they'll make sure that there's a ranger nearby to this area that can get the injured Crown Keepers out of there safely. So no need to defend them out of the map. Instead, they will just run off to the closest exit, and they will be safe. Okay? Alrighty. So, as Carasilla, Cecily, Keothi, Ildan, Illithor, and Suna are approaching, you can see several buildings that are ablaze on fire. And on top of that, you hear the howling of these vicious wolves nearby, as well as the cackling of small imps. And finally, you hear what sounds like a humanoid voice shouting out commands. And as you make your way into a small fountain area, the small little plaza in part of the city, you can see a building on fire that is partially collapsed in on itself, where you can see there are swords and pikes and spears being jammed out of windows trying to poke back against the various hellhounds, imps, and one tiefling man that seems to have truly embraced his infernal heritage, currently casting a fireball here or a firebolt there, attempting to set as much of this area ablaze as possible. So, there's that. And then for... let me delete the tokens. 1, 2. So Natalia, that's who we're missing here. Okay. Okay. Natty Light. Here we go. Okie dokie. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Suni.
A little bit overwhelmed there, Joe?
No, just nervous. Suni, Bianca, Ajax, and Natalia make your way to the other part of the city where the Loyalists are. And you can see already the mages sort of, where they're at now is they're sort of hiding on this rooftop. You can see these rooftops are connected with various sheets and pallets of wood. As they're attempting to duck and hide, sort of moving into buildings, trying to hide from these blasts of ice, strangely enough. Let me go ahead and fix that real quick. Wonderful. Okay. These blasts of ice, you can see, even though there is, most of the places are either alight with flame or corrupted with this shadow, this area in particular seems to be shielded in ice and snow. Just this area, though. Attacking the mages, as you make your way around a corner, you can see 4 creatures. 3 of which normal humanoid size, wearing full plate armor with swords and shields that are shrouded in ice and frost. And then on top of that, you see, so let me go ahead and show these first.
We got the named character? Damn.
No.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, don't get your... So you see these creatures first, these knights in full plate armor shrouded in frost.
Cool.
And then you see a creature, a humanoid creature the size of a giant, standing wielding a single-headed battle axe, like an executioner's axe, that is also shrouded in ice and snow.
Oh yeah. That's fucking dope.
On each one of the knights, the smaller creatures, in the snowy and ice armor, you can see covering each one of their chests is this large, encased in ice eye that is pointed in that direction, causing the mages to have no ability to use any of not just their magical spells, but any magical items in their possession, period. Which all of you would now recognize going into this is a Beholder's Eye Ray is an anti-magic cone, which anytime the wizards or mages attempt to flick a spell or use a magical staff, that magic is also suppressed, which means that any magical weapons, any magical armor, any magical items become mundane items while in the cone. Okay?
Suni, you have other items to use as weapons, right?
Yeah, I still have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think your moon sabers or whatever they're called are gonna actually light up in the cone.
That's how I got to pull out the swords. Yeah.
And
So,
finally,
do they
the last thing I'll say, sorry, one more thing.
Yeah.
My bad,
Yeah,
my bad. This is the most important part by far, is that on top of all of that, the 3 knights, their chest is covered, so you can't see any type of emblem, any type of anything. But on the warlord, you can see that his chest is open and exposed. His breastplate you can easily see. And you see what looks to be some type of symbol. You can see a large bird with its wings spread wide open, creating a U shape. And in between the 2 arms, you see what looks to be a blazing sun. The banner is shades of blue and gold, as it looks very similar to that. Which, Bianca, from your readings, you would recognize as the banner of House Damaris.
It is spicy.
As you round the corner, looking to these creatures, the warlord looks to all of you. The knights haven't yet turned their attention. But as all of you are approaching, you can see on the rooftops around you several archers from about 100 feet away flank themselves on the rooftops around, ready to give you suppressing fire. So on the 20 of every round, there will be a volley of magical arrows that rain down in a 15-foot radius. It's up to all of you to pick where. It's a DC 15 dex save, and it will deal 10d6 piercing damage on a failed dex save or half as much on a successful one. 15-foot radius from having your alliance with the Crown Keepers. So, you approach in that situation, and the other half of the party approaches in the other. And before we dive into combat, since we're at about an hour and a half right now, we're going to take a quick break right there before we get into the fighting. And then when we get back, we'll roll initiative twice.
That's disgusting. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, we did exactly what he warned us not to do 3 times immediately.
Uh-huh. So this could
What,
be
split the party?
This session could end very quickly, honestly. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so with that, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks for watching. It's over.
And we're back, everybody. What's up, John? What are you going to say?
Okay.
Alrighty, so jumping right back into our session, our group of adventurers decided it would be best to split off into two separate sections of the city to hopefully be able to help both people. To be able to gain more favor from the Loyalists by rescuing their mages, and then to also save Caledon and a group of about 20 crown keepers who were trapped in a burning, collapsing building very close to one of the rifts that had opened. The party decided to split up into two separate groups. One group going to save Caledon and the other crown keepers, forming of Illithor, the Blade Master, Ildan, Bianca's father, Carasilla, the Eloquence Bard, Cecily, the Storm Sorcerer, Keothi, the Goliath Cleric, and Suna, the Human Artificer from Atarashi. That was group number 1 that headed to save Caledon. Group number 2 decided to try and save the sorcerers. Knowing that there were beholder anti-magic fields at play here, the party decided to send their more martial focused individuals to hopefully be able to make sure that the creatures are able to be stopped in a way that doesn't handicap the other party members. So, they send Natalia, Bianca's mother. Bianca herself goes along. Ajax, the Leonin barbarian fighter. And Suni, the Oath of the Ancients paladin. These 4 head off, and they discover the Beholder Eye magic, but they also discover these frozen knights that seem to be under the banner of House Damaris, strangely enough. Now, each party is not without help. Each combat is made easier in different portions. The encounter with the knights, the frozen knights of House Damaris, is made easier by the fact that there is a group of archers that will be throwing down a volley at the 20 of every initiative wherever the party instructs them to do so. This is a pretty sizable amount of damage, but it is a 15-foot radius, so if the party happens to be in the radius of those arrows, they will get hit by those arrows as well, so keep that in mind. The other party, the other group, is aware that all they need to do is get Caledon and his the other crown keepers out of the burning building in some way, and they'll be taken to the closest tree by a ranger of the Arboreal Exiles and will be able to escape without having to be escorted off the map. So, we got that. A lot of layers, a lot of things happening. What we're gonna do to ease my brain in this situation is we're going to go a round at a time, back and forth, map to map. I understand that is not great. So that means that between your first and second round, there will be a whole other round of combat that happens before we get back to your turn on the other map. I am incredibly sorry about that. But the only other way to do it is to go down the initiative order, bouncing back and forth between each map to make sure that we're going in the right order, and that sounds terrible. So we're just going to go one round, another round, which to me I think makes the most sense.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we did this to ourselves.
With that, we're going to start with 1A, just because it's A instead of B. So we're going to start with our first group of adventurers that are currently being harassed by imps, hellhounds, and a tiefling sorcerer. So with that, let's let the battle music commence. And let's have just Cecily and Carasilla roll for initiative, because all the other NPCs have done so. So the two of you go ahead and roll for initiative. We'll see what happens.
Would you allow... It says I can use a point of luck on an ability check. Do you count an initiative roll as an ability check?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna re-roll.
21 for Carasilla.
Because it would be very good to go earlier. I rolled the same number. Okay. Wow. So I got a 9.
9. Okay. Alrighty, Cecily. Sounds good.
Allows you to react to everything that would happen before your turn, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So first things first, we start the combat encounter. The imps rolled rather high. They're at a 23 on the initiative order. So the imps are going first, and at the start of the imp's turn. Let's see how many are here. So it's not 6, it's 5. It's however many were on there initially. So with that, all of the imps go at the same time, and you can see. Oh, of course that's not going to work. Okay. Man, these imps are just at the wrong angle. You can see at the top of their turn, 5 more imps fly in from the north side of the map. And you know what? These imps, as they fly in, seeing the advantage, what they're going to go ahead and do is they are going to go ahead and clump together. And these imps right here are going to go ahead and form a horde of imps as they begin to fly this way, about 40 feet. Let me double check their range. Oh, that's awkward.
Good
Actually.
little clump of fireball.
Okie dokie. So this is awkward. This is going to be really annoying for those of you that are not on this map, but in order for the recorder to see what it needs to see, I need to pull it to the screen, which pulls everybody to the scene, so sorry. So, imps here. Stinger attack. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Yeah, so these imps are going to go ahead and they're going to get right there and be out of range for any stinger attack there. But then all of these imps are going to start flying in. Oh, wrong button. Fly in. Illithor is the first one there, so they're going to fly up. Up. And up. And up. All getting right around Illithor, and that is going to be 5 sting attacks against him. So we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4, we got 5. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I just wanted to expand it. Stop. There we go. Okay. So we've got, he needs to make 5 con saving throws. That's a fail. That's a fail. Success. Success. Natural 20. Okay. So of the attacks, 3 of them hit, and 2 of them are doing poison damage. So that is 1 stinger, 1 poison damage, 1 stinger, 1 poison damage, and then 1 stinger. Wasn't a whole bunch of damage, but it does add up. Let's see, that's 11, 18, 22, 29. So it's been about 29 points of damage that was dealt to him right in that first round from the imps. That's the end of the imps' turns. Then we come to Ildan. Ildan is going to go ahead and he's going to run around here and then here, getting that flanking with Illithor there. And he will sweeping attack, disarming attack. None of these are really doing anything because they can fly. Trip attack, yeah. So what he's going to do is he's just going to make 3 Frostbrand Scimitar attacks. So we got 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, frostbite.
So 21, 19, 14. All of those. So we'll hit. So that's good. So that's going to be, that's some low damage. So this first imp is dead. There. Okay. So then he'll just, with that, he's still within range of this one right here. So the next one will go there. That's enough damage to kill that one. Dead. And then third attack, that one is also within 5 feet. 14 does hit, so that one is also dead. 3 imps down. Okie dokie. So with that, Ildan will, I guess he'll just sort of plant his feet there. Then we come to Suna's turn. Suna is going to go ahead and peel off 20 feet right here. And she's going to throw her cannon down. and she is going to... Where's her thing at here? She's going to fire 2 Force Lances at the sorcerer. 1, 2. Those are not... yeah, left click and drag to deselect the character. These are not rolling correctly, I don't believe. Is it just doing range? Oh, no. Oh, no, it is. She just rolled the same number twice. Okay. So, let's see. The first one is a hit, but the creature's going to use a reaction to cast Shield. So they just barely miss, which means the second one, since it's the same number, also misses.
Wait, which creature cast shield?
The mage down here, the sorcerer.
Okay. I thought one of the imps did. I was like, what the fuck?
No, she was not firing at the sorcerer. Then we come to Illithor. Illithor will also make 3 attacks. He's got a 10-foot reach with his blade, so I mean, granted they're all within range anyway, so he's just going to make those 3 attacks, 1 at each. 1, 2, 3. Hit. 15 damage, 22 damage, 15 damage. Easy enough. All of the imps are dead. Well, all of the new ones, or all of the old ones are dead.
Hell yeah.
Okay, and then Illithor will go ahead and move 30 feet right here. Closer into the fight. Then we come to Turbulence. Well.
Joe's just playing D&D by himself right now.
I know.
Let him play with his action figures. It's fine.
I know.
All right, Turbulence, and then this guy, the attack.
Hey man, we're the ones that split up this way.
And then had all of your
rolled like
NPCs
shit.
go with one group.
Yep.
What I was kind of hoping is that you would have the NPCs just like send them to areas to defend, but you know, this is kind of on me for assuming.
We should have done. We fucked up.
No.
Okay, but if we didn't have them here, then we would have definitely died, right? Because we would have had less people on us.
Oh yeah, Cecily and Carasilla v everything here. Let's go. The 2 supporters. Hell yeah. I'm just impressed it's not Carasilla's turn yet. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, I was like, I rolled a 21. I was like, hell yeah, like this is good, but
Everybody got fucking 20 plus.
Okay, can I just do this? Let me go back to his. Stop being paused. Where's his character sheet? I have so many fucking things open. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so what he's gonna do, just because it is the best thing to do in this scenario, is he's going to run up right here, right in front of Illithor, and he is going to, you can see he throws his hands together as these icicles begin to form around his hand, thrusting them out. He's going to cast Cone of Cold, and I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right, reaction, 2 sorcery points, absorb element.
Is it a counter spell?
No, I don't.
Bard? What? Oh no!
Yep. Suna, as an artificer, has haste and glyph of warding.
I have hurt people. I'm really good at that.
Okay. Con saving throw. Illithor is pretty good at those. That's actually a failure. Spoke too soon. Whoops. Ildan.
Fuck!
Ildan is also a failure. Oh, God. Suna. Natural 20. Good job, Suna. And Keothi. Oh, Keo. Okay. But Keothi is resistant to cold damage, being a Goliath, so she takes half. So, Illithor, Ildan, and Carasilla will take 40 points of cold damage. Keothi will take 20. Cecily, you will take 20, and so will Suna.
Alright, and then down to 10 with Absorb Element. Hell yeah.
I also failed my wisdom, so I'm cursed on this guy now.
Okay. Alrighty. So then it comes back to his turn, and that'll be the end of it. So Carasilla, it's your turn now.
First of all, owie. And yeah, okay. So our main objective here is just getting those people out of the buildings, and Carasilla was so here for that. But she's also super fucking cursed. So I imagine there's just that kind of like shift there. And so what I'm gonna do instead, which unironically enough was one of my original plans, I'm going to give antibiotic to Turbulence, our friend over there. And then I'm gonna cast a Psychic Lance at him. So I need a DC 16 Intelligence save. Yeah.
Okay.
And working on a thing. And he'll have a minus D10 to whatever that save is.
Okay.
Ooh.
Make the save. How do you... Oh, there it is. Okay. And then minus a D10, you said?
Yes.
You go ahead and roll a D10 for funsies.
Oh, don't make it my responsibility. I hate this. Okay, hold on. Where's the D10? There it is. Please be something good.
Clickety clack.
Why did Discord notification have to go? Oh!
Oh.
He saves, doesn't he?
You needed a 2. You needed a 2.
Fuck off! Fuck off. Okay, well, he still takes half damage.
11. That's good.
Fuck off. I had my hopes in that.
Are you manifesting, Mark?
I'm just letting out the stress.
That's how we do it?
Shit.
Yeah,
That's bad. That was going to
I feel
incapacitate
much
him,
better.
so I'm really upset that he saved that.
He rolled an 18, and the save was 16.
Oh,
it was literally. I had you roll it because I was like, "There's no way she'll roll a 1." But then I remembered you're the same person that plays Twig Forrester in Isles, so I should have known this would happen.
Destroyed.
But also, I super hate the fact that we're all clumped, so even though all that for 11 damage, I'm still gonna, oh shit, not that far, move in, close to Ways.
Okay, alrighty. So then we come to Hellhound. Hellhound. How hungry is Hellhound? Mark, roll a D100.
Oh, hell yeah.
50 or higher, 51 or higher, it goes for Illithor because it's hungry, or it keeps doing what it was told to do.
Gotcha. I'm hitting enter and nothing's happening. Wait, there it goes. Oh my god! Ah!
What's the first one?
It's
93.
dead.
It's hungry. It's coming for Illithor. Okay, this one's coming for Illithor. Oh no. As it gets there, how much of a cone is it? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. That's how that goes.
Oh, so I need Carasilla and Illithor to make a dexterity saving throw.
So funny if I go down first.
Oh my god, Illithor rolled a natural 1.
I rolled a 4, so
Illithor!
Bestie, we're both there. I got a 10.
Okay, Carasilla, you take 16 points of fire damage, and so does Illithor.
Bestie.
You're fine, right?
I don't know.
10 HP.
How much? 10?
Oh.
So right
I
now
can't roll.
it needs to roll a 5 or a 6 on its fire breath to recharge it, otherwise it'll just be biting. Keothi is going to immediately run to Carasilla, and is going to do some whack-ass healing. She's a cleric. And is going to do some whack-ass healing on her. Let's see. What is responsible but appropriate for Keothi? Keothi's going to expend a 4th level spell slot for Cure Wounds.
Nice. She got that fucking extra juicy cleric shit, too.
31 points of healing, Carasilla.
Woo!
You
We're good.
That's
like
almost
more
all the
than half.
damage you took.
Yeah.
Now I'm at
You
41.
took 37 that round, didn't
Oh.
you?
But she took 40
I-
right off the top.
I got 56 just
Yeah.
in all that because I was down to 10.
Yeah, because it was 40 from the cone, and then 16 from the smaller cone.
Oh, I thought it was 20 from the cone. It was 40 from the cone?
Yeah, max was 40. She got coned.
Damn, he
Yeah, I
got
failed
coned.
and then I failed again, and then I even failed to do my round, so the dice hate me.
It's such a sad life. I'm so sorry, Gemma.
Carasella's just wiping ash and frost off her face like, Jesus Christ. Fuck me today.
Okay, with that, that's all Keothi can. That's her actions. That's all she's gonna do. With that, Cecily, it's your turn.
Alright. I have a tempestuous magic thing, where as a bonus action, before or after casting a leveled spell, I can use wind to move me 10 feet. My question is, how high are these roofs? My actual question is, if I get right there and cast a spell, can I use the 10 feet of wind on my bonus action to get on top of the roof?
Yes.
Okay. Movement. Fucking... Da. And then bonus action, as I prepare to cast a spell, get me on this roof.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna, like, stay back here.
Yeah, blow him up. Come on.
She, with my remaining action, I am gonna also go ahead and, no, I won't, because there's things flying here. That'd be a bad idea, never mind. So I'll just stay there. Okay. 3rd level fireball as my action. Cecily, with her 10 intelligence, is going to notice that these things like fire, so she's going to transmute it to acid damage instead. Believe if I go to our little circle, I can do that. And I will not hit Illithor, but I will hit Turbulence, the Hellhound, and these 5 imps with an acid ball.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna roll damage on an acid ball.
Do it.
Nice.
Okay, so that is a DC 16 dex save.
Yeah, that's a DC 16 for me. And then...
Okay, fail for turbulence.
Wait.
Let's go.
How do you, on D&D Beyond, how do you pull up, like, the log of everything you've rolled when you're on PC?
There should be like a little dice thing at the bottom. A little dice icon. No,
Okay.
sorry. That's not it. It should
Yeah,
be
that's
game
how you
log. There's a chat.
Game
There's
log,
a chat
there we
button.
go.
There you go. Yep.
Okay, I need to see my damage because I can also do Empowered Spell, and I'm able to do that on turns that I've also casted another. So, I want to see the dice I've rolled. I want to see the individual dice. D&D Beyond, show me the individual dice. Doesn't want to show me the individual dice, but I want to re-roll 4 of them.
I can. Oh, actually, no, I can use it. Okay. thought
Yeah,
it
I
was
see
all from the dice out of it.
551
Yeah.
plus ...
Yeah. Which is weird and annoying. I don't understand where the others went.
If you hover it, it'll tell you all of the dice. It's 5 plus 5 plus
Oh,
1
okay.
plus 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 1.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I'm gonna re-roll the 4 ones.
Yeah, Jesus.
Okay. 4d6. Let's do that here in the chat. Okay, so the total damage was 21, minus 4 to 17 plus 10, so now the damage is 27 acid damage.
Yeah, it is.
The imps do succeed, but they do not have a lot of HP, so they do die.
Nice.
Also, Mark, your camera froze.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Or I guess it stopped working. I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll sort that out in a sec. I'll do a fucking...
I guess it's still dead. Oh, no. The overlay.
No, it's good. It's good.
Okay, all right, we're good.
All right. So now let me do this. Okay. That'll be it for my turn. That was action, bonus action, movement. So.
Okie dokie. So.
27 damage is pretty damn dope.
And then check that. The Hellhound did succeed as well. So you said 27, right?
27 total, yeah.
27. So 14 points of acid damage.
Cool.
Okay. Alrighty. 7. Cool. So Cecily. As soon as that ball of acid makes contact, Yep. So as soon as that ball of acid makes contact with that area, the imps dissolve, bones crashing to the ground after flesh having been melted off, the acid splashing on the back of Turbulence. As soon as the acid makes contact, his hand is going to whip up towards you, and there's going to be the spout of flame that emerges from his hand as he is going to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Oh,
of course you got that
no.
spell.
Actually, hasn't he already used his reaction for shield?
Oh!
Oh, wait, no, because we part. Oh, shit, what was that
It
before
was
his turn?
It was his
passed?
turn. Yeah, it was before his
Fuck.
turn. That
Was it?
I
Sorry.
appreciate how quick you came in there with an Uno, bitch.
And then
Sadly,
Joe hit you with the reverse card.
I didn't even hit her with the reverse card. Gemma hit herself with the reverse card because she directed herself.
Gemma has no confidence. Gemma just doesn't want to die.
Gemma came in with so much confidence.
Yep.
Oh, I love that. Thank you, Gemma, though. Thank you for the reminder, though, because that's definitely something I would have forgotten, so I appreciate it. Keep me accountable. However,
Even when it doesn't help us.
Cecily, go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw.
Gotcha.
You don't have
Watch
to,
it.
Cecily. You can refuse.
Oh, watch you.
I am
God
using a
damn
point
it.
of luck. I'm using a point of luck. I'm using a point of luck.
Oh, yeah? That good, huh?
Now it's an 11.
God damn it.
Oh, my
Yeah,
God,
that didn't work out.
dude.
Guys.
First level.
Please.
So, one more D10. 5, 8, 16. Number. Cecily, that's going to be 25 points of fire damage. With a 4th level Hellish Rebuke.
That's 2 less than the spell you cast. That's dumb.
For what it's worth, Cecily,
You're
this
muted,
guy,
by the way, Mark.
Oh, Turbulence does not look good.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm not Keothy. Why did I?
Yeah, Keothy's been really active in the chat. I love to see it.
How do I
Alright.
select off Keothy?
You have to
Oh.
make a box somewhere else, like highlight
Okay,
somewhere else.
I see it.
But yeah, so that's it for me.
Okay. Now we have 2 Hellhounds in a row. John, go ahead and roll me a D100. 51 or higher, it's going to go for Ildon. Actually, this one would go for Suna.
Okay. 51 or higher?
Yep.
I'm manifesting. It's going to be less than 50. Watch this. Fucking told you.
Yep. Okay.
Boom!
So
Go burn
instead-
down those houses instead.
Instead, what it's going to do is it's going to go to the house with the Crown Keepers, and it's going to immediately...
Well, I guess better them than the party.
Didn't you guys come here to save them?
Yeah, but like the party's more important, you know.
Oh yeah, okay. Got a funny way of showing you believe that. So, fire happens. Let me go ahead and make a. Actually, Gemma, roll a d4 for me.
Fuck you.
That's gotta
See,
be
I
good.
knew you'd roll low. That's why I asked you to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Very cool. So we'll see what that means in a little bit. So that's the end of that Hellhound's turn. Then we have a new Hellhound's turn. Cameron, roll a D100 for me. 51 or higher. It's going for this one to go for Ildan.
Okie dokie.
Cameron, manifest it. Manifest it. Come on.
Manifesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lower than a
manifest.
50. Come on.
Manifesting.
Lower than a
Manifest.
50. Come on.
Manifest.
Come on. Let's go! Kill
Okay,
those
nice roll,
crown keepers.
Keothi.
Oh, hell yeah, Keothi.
Okay,
We're
Cameron,
all
since you rolled
guilty.
that, go ahead and roll a D4 for me. Actually, this time it'd be a D6.
Or Keothi.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay.
This is-
Nobody would be close enough to know. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, they expunge their fire breath into that room. And as we end at the, we go up to the top of the initiative order for round 2. That's where we're going to hop over to 1B. Here we go.
Hey, let's go, Team 1B.
Let's go.
We did.
Let's go.
Alrighty. I need Ajax, Suni, and Bianca to roll initiative for me.
All right, I have advantage on initiative because I have a feature that I remember, I think.
Good, you can go first.
Fanatical, not fanatical focus. Feral instinct.
I got a dirty 20.
Oh.
I got a natural 20, baby!
Oh.
Plus 1, so 21.
31. Bianca,
shit.
14.
Yeah.
It's okay. Mom is
It
at
is.
6.
Nice, Mom.
So, Joe, I have a question.
Yeah.
Did I lose another rage, or was I keeping my rage somehow as I was running through the city doing things? Did I
We'll
lose
say-
another rage?
No, we'll say that was a flavorful rage in the basilisks area.
Thank God.
Yeah.
That would have been down to 1 rage for the rest of the fucking day.
Yeah, here.
That would have been good.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's my turn?
Yes, it is, bucko. 31 initiative. Ajax, you're first. Suni, you're on deck.
Okay. So I'm raging already. So I'm going to... I'm gonna bonus action.
Yep.
Command word, Fosha, to light my sword on fire. I know these things have beholder eyes, anti-magic, but they're not looking at us yet. So... I'm gonna run. Yeah. I'm gonna run here. Okay. And I'm gonna take 1 attack on this guy.
The warlord.
No, this guy.
Oh, okay. The knight. Gotcha.
Should I attack the warlord, guys?
You can see that as you run up, getting closer, you can see his entire body is sort of covered in the shield of ice as you run up.
Yeah,
knights
I'm gonna
aren't.
attack the warlord.
It's just the warlord. Okay.
Let me look at something real quick, okay?
Okay.
I lied. I'm gonna attack the knight. Here we
Okay.
go. That is a 19 plus 9,
That
so
hits.
28 to hit.
Yes.
So that is my 2d6. So 6, 11 plus another. What is it? while the sword is ablaze, another 2d6 radiant damage.
Yep.
So it's 11 plus 7, so 18 on that first hit. I'm going to use a superiority dice
Nice.
to use a grappling strike. So as I hit this creature, I'm going to grapple it,
Okay. So,
which is a strength athletics check against
Okay.
theirs and mine. I have advantage because I'm raging.
And this is all part of the first attack, right?
Yeah, it's all part of the first attack.
Strength, that's a natural 19 for a total of 22.
A total of 22. There's
Yep.
a check, right? So I rolled a 17 plus 4. So I think that...
21. Just barely.
Damn it!
Just barely, yeah. So you
Okay.
go to grapple, and you can see the ice just cracks and rips as using the force of...
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I can add my superiority dice to the roll,
Oh,
which is a D8.
which is enough.
So I'm going to succeed.
yeah, regardless.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You can see the ice rip and tear about to push you off, but you immediately grip back down, gripping onto it, grappling it.
I'm going to use... I'm just going to move the creature to his anti-magic cone to get every one of the enemies in the cone. So I guess I have 45 feet of movement, so I guess I would just use my movement to, since he's grappled, and to just kind of turn him.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes, it would be. However, the Warlord does have Sentinel. So as soon as you make that first attack, you can see that with his reaction, he's going to reel back with this massive Executioner's Axe and bring that down on top of you as its reaction.
Okay, that's fine.
So... just one attack. That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
So that's going to be 16 points of slashing damage.
Okay, reduced to half, right?
Yeah. Plus, though...
Some cold damage or something in there, right?
plus 9 points of cold damage.
Yeah. Okay. Am I resistant to that because I'm a Leonid? No. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's dumb, actually. Okay.
Okay. That's its attack, so you are able to then move.
Does Sentinel stop me from moving?
Yes, it does. That's the other part of Sentinel.
Is Sentinel when
you attack?
But isn't Sentinel? It's when I attack somebody,
Yeah.
not move out of them.
No, when you
okay.
attack an ally within 5 feet, they can make an attack of opportunity.
Okay. So wait a minute.
So your movement speed's reduced to 0 now.
But I'm not stunned.
You're not stunned. No, you heal like pretty much when the executioner when the executioner's axe comes down, it sort of clips you in the calf, and as you go to try and move, you feel your muscles tense up in your leg.
Okay. So I wasn't able to move this one with the anti-magic one, right? But I'm still grappling them, so they can't move either. So they're still facing this way.
Yes.
I still have another attack. So, I'm going to attack the Warlord.
Okay.
I'm assuming the knight that I attacked doesn't look bad at all, right?
Not bad, but he's bruised. Not bloody,
Okay.
but bruised.
That wasn't that great. That is a 15 to hit.
15 does not hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah, grappling onto the one, it's just a little hard to balance the sword and grapple somebody as you try and bring it down.
Mhm.
You can see that immediately he just flicks the blade up and parries it.
Okay. I used a bonus action for my flame blade.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my turn. That is my turn.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just saw something that happened in the Twitch chat. That was weird.
There's a lot happening in the Twitch chat. You can ignore it.
Somebody
It's too much.
said they were my poppy, I think. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's Nick. It's Nick.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. All right, Ajax. That's it. So then we move to Suni.
Okay. So what I would like to do, I guess I should ask, just in case, is this little well over here actually a well, or is that just on the map?
No, it's actually a well.
Okay, how big are the smaller knights here? Just in case.
They're humanoid sized, so they could probably fit down a well.
Okay. I'm going to hop on Maggie, and just bring myself like over here close to the and I imagine she kind of jumps up on the building and scoots around. And while she does this, he's going to ignite his first moon sword and throw it as an attack toward this knight.
Okay.
Right here. So I'll go ahead and make that first attack.
Yep.
That was a crit. So I will go ahead and
go.
Smite at third level.
Makes sense.
On that attack. Well, that was a pretty good one. I gotta. How many do it? It's 2D. I never remember. I'm so sorry. Is it 2d8 plus 1d8 for every
level above?
Yep.
First, right?
So it's 5d8 total.
68. These creatures count as undead.
68. Okay.
Oh.
I'm just gonna roll this on.
It's
here.
a crit, right?
Oh, so
it's 48 divine smite damage off the bat.
Oh,
Like- And then you roll your 68, and then your other stuff.
okay, so 68 is. I'm gonna do this on here. That's a lot of dice.
So
that was 33.
So 81 total for divine smite right now. Just divine smite.
And then the actual sword is it a D8?
Yeah.
So then one more D8. I'm gonna just do all of it up here, I guess, to keep it all together. So more D8.
What?
Nice.
So 90.
And then it. The whole crit thing always throws me off. So 33 damage is piled on top of all of the dice. Oh my god, I'm sorry. This
So no, you're good. With a crit, you have 2 sets of dice, right? So the damage is doubled, but with that first set of dice, it is automatically maxed out.
Right.
Yeah.
So it should max out 78, and then the 78 on top plus my modifier.
Yes, you got
Okay. So 7 times 8 is 56.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Plus
33.
34 is 90.
Yep.
Plus your mod.
And then my mod is a plus 6, so 96.
96. Yeah, this knight is
my
dead.
God.
Oh, can I just decapitate him with my
Oh
lightsaber?
my God.
Yeah, do it.
Well,
Do it. Star Wars was almost never bold enough to do.
Do we get a bunch of blood splatter?
I also, just for the sake of that having happened, with the one sword that's ignited, can I pull it back and use pulling it back as my second attack across the warlord?
Yeah, sure, that's fine. So because the anti-magic cone is no longer there, as he is dead, that crit, I'll go ahead and delete that cone in particular. Okay.
Hey guys, I think the rest of us can go on a walk while Suni handles these guys. So
Okay. So the other attack is that's 5.
Paladin crits with crunchy.
I
crits.
swear to
Stupid.
God, it's another fucking crit. I'm not.
oh my God.
I'm getting a snack.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't
Yeah, Joe.
apologize.
You thought, but we have a Sunni.
Okay. So again, 7. I'm gonna, I guess, go ahead and third level smite
On the warlord?
might.
No, if this is the Warlord, fucking go for it, dude.
I
Come on.
think this will be my only other 3rd level spell slot for the whole day.
That would be correct.
Then
So
don't
I
do
think
it.
I'm just gonna do a 2nd level, just in case I need to, like, Prayer of Healing or something. Unless that's a ritual, actually. Which it might be. No, Prayer of Healing is 2nd. I don't know, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do 2nd level just in case. So it is now only 5d8 instead of 7d8. It's 2, or is it?
No, if it was 68 last time, it'd be 5d8 this time. Because, well, actually, did we add one too many d8s
2,
last time?
And then 2 more.
So it's 5. Yeah, you're right.
So 5 including the sword's d8, or 5?
No, 6 including the sword's d8. Yep.
Okay.
So 6 times 8 plus 6d8.
So 48 total, currently.
So the 68 is 27.
Yeah, that bag noise.
And then
I'm sorry.
It's crunchy for the crit.
times 8 is 40 something. 48.
So
48 plus 27 is
75.
75.
You might as well just put yourself
plus
on
6
mute.
All right.
is 81.
Yeah.
Okay.
81? Yeah.
Oh my
So
god.
I just imagine, like, I don't know, like this. I know flavor-wise, this is the only way that this makes sense, but like, so he throws it, and the kind of divine energy coming off of it, kind of just continuing in this arc all around, coming back around, hitting the Warlord, and flinging back into Suni's hand as he kind of jumps over the building on Maggie and lands. And you know what? I was gonna cast another spell as like what I was doing, but I feel like I've just done too much at this point.
Okay,
So I'm
no,
just gonna-
you haven't done too much.
Okay, all right. Then I'm gonna
We are a life and death situation
bonus
here.
action.
Do all of the things.
bonus action. I'm going to cast Compel Duel on the second knight to try to get his focus away from that mage, so that mage can use his magic. So I will go ahead and spend 2nd level. So he has to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And my DC.
Just
Okay, that's
realized
a
I'm in
natural
the
one.
volley range.
Hell yeah. Okay. So, and then he has to, let me make sure that all my measurements right, because Maggie could move, what, 60 feet? I just want to make sure I'm not, like, doing something really horribly not right. Because Compel Duel, they have to stay within, or they have to try to stay within 30 feet of me. Okay, so this is fine. So hopefully that knight's attention will go away from the mage, is my hope. And then that'll be the end of my turn.
Yeah, let me real quick check. Compelled duel D5E. Just to get the exact wording on it.
I think it gives them disadvantage on anyone else they would
Yeah,
attack.
it's disadvantage on anyone else. But I think the assumption is that I am, like, if it fails, it's literally like wanting to come have a 1v1, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Disadvantage against attack rolls against creatures than you and must make a wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move to a space that is more than 30 feet away from you. If it succeeds the saving throw, it doesn't restrict the movement. The spell ends if you attack any other creature. You cast a spell that targets a hostile creature other than the target, and if a creature friendly to you damages or casts a spell harmful on it, if you end your turn more than 30 feet away from the target. So you
Okay,
have
so he
You
shouts
are
out, kind of pointing his sword, "This one's mine," trying to tell everybody not to fuck with this one.
Sir. Okay. Alrighty. And you can see the knight's head, that sort of cracking up ice as it turns back to face you a little bit.
And then I was pointing at him with the moonblade, and then I'm gonna, as it looks back, I'm gonna point to the decapitated body of his companion.
Okay. Hell yeah, badass. Okay. With that, end of Suni's turn, we come to the volley. Where's the volley being placed?
Let's put him on the big guy, because we could probably get him, like, what? He just had 86 damage or something?
Yeah. And
maybe a little lower, so well, we don't want to hit Ajax. Never mind. Right there would be good.
Okay.
I'm fine.
If you guys hit the knight with the arrows,
Oh.
I'm gonna lose my compelled duel.
Just hit me in the night. It's fun.
In the other night?
Yeah. Miss this one.
Okay.
And hit the other night. Is it a dexterity? Is it like a save?
Yeah.
Grapple doesn't do anything for that. Never mind.
Okay. Alrighty, so with that, the volley's called down, and I need Ajax, that knight, and the warlord to make dexterity saving throws. DC 15.
Okay. I have advantage on this for danger sense.
Okay.
Do you sense the danger, Ajax?
Warlord
It's as long as I can see it.
succeeds this night.
Natural 20.
Nice.
So 22.
Nice. Okay. All right. So that is both a success for you and the warlord. Fail for the knight that you're holding, though.
You
That's
did right.
pretty trash damage. So the knight will take 27 points of piercing damage. Ajax, you will take, let's see, that would be 13 halved to 6.
Okay.
And the warlord will take 13. Okay. Alrighty. So we finally come to the knights. Now the one that you are holding, Ajax.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. For one, even though it can't move at all, it is going to rotate just a little bit. I hate that I can't rotate these after I place them. That seems like a bit of an oversight, isn't it?
Yeah.
75. Okay, gonna rotate that way. Get everybody in the sphere, or in the cone. I was just gonna rotate a little bit, turning its chest that way, and then it's gonna go ahead and use one of its. So does it need to use its action to break the grapple, or can it just be one of its attack actions?
Nope. It's got to break the grapple. Athletics versus athletics.
Okay. Yeah, so it'll try and do that.
Okay, I have advantage on this.
Okay, so that is a dirty 20.
That is also a dirty 20.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh.
I don't know how this works.
So it's successes goes in favor of the swinger, and since it was trying to break the grapple, and it evens out, it succeeds.
Okay.
Right? Because if you hit somebody's AC, you hit them.
Yeah.
So if you
that
match
makes
the
sense.
number, yeah. Okay, so I was just speaking it out just for my own logic.
Yeah.
So it'll use its action to break out. It has its movement, but it won't go anywhere. Yeah. At the end of the knight's turn, the warlord is going to use one of its legendary actions, and it's going to. Yeah, it's not going to hit you, Ajax, surprisingly. Well, no, it will, because you're within 5 feet of it. So it was going to make a ranged icicle at Suni, but doesn't want to have disadvantage. So Executioner's Axe it is. Coming at you, Ajax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's going to be 22 to hit.
Yep.
And then D6s. Oh, wow. So, sorry, that'd be 6 points of slashing damage.
Yep.
And then
That's reduced.
that was reduced, yeah.
Okay.
And then 15 points of cold damage.
Woo! Okay.
Okay. We come to this knight's turn, who is dead. Coming to Bianca.
Woo! Okay. So I think what I am going to do is I'm going to run for. Well, hold on. Let's just take it off of the measuring thing. I'm going to run here first.
Okay.
And then I'm going to shadow slide, I think, up here on the roof. Does that get me a good view of this knight's chest and eyeball area?
Correct.
Perfect. I would like to make 3 gunshots straight into the eyeball, one right after the other, hopefully breaking through the ice and then breaking the eyeball.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. Make 3 attacks.
Okay, cool. I will do so. Did I? The first one kind of suck, 11. The second one, 17. And the last one's kind of suck as well, as a 12. I can't hear anything. Did I?
Sorry. No, I was.
Oh, no, you're good.
I was.
No, I just was like.
Stupidity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to. So I got an 11, a 17, and a 12.
The 17 will hit.
Okay. That's fine. Nope, the best.
You were reading Twitch chat, weren't you?
Yeah, I was.
That's 19 damage.
Let's
19
go.
damage. Okay. Alrighty. The first shot cracks part of the ice and damages part of the beholder eye, not enough to fully destroy it. You feel as though if all 3 shots would have hit, probably would have, but sadly with just one, it's not enough.
That's all right. That's all I have. That's my whole.
Okay.
I've done everything.
Alrighty. Also, Bianca, as soon as you enter, you can feel the magical nature of the lantern, the sword, and any magical abilities that you have immediately fade entering into the eye ray.
Gotcha.
The eye ray.
Am I immobile? Why aren't the mages moving?
Because I did not add them to the initiative order.
Okay, but they can move. They're not immobilized.
Yeah, they can. I just forgot to add them to the turn order.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We don't have to add more things, but I just was like, wait a second, did I just walk into a problem? Okay, cool. I mean, I did, but a different kind of problem.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else, Bianca?
That was all I can do.
Okay, at the end of your turn, the Warlord is going to use his second legendary action to make another greatsword attack against Ajax. That is a 23 to hit.
Just barely.
For 10 points of slashing damage reduced to 5. And then 12 points of cold damage.
Cool.
Okay. Alrighty. Then we come to the knight here that has the compelled duel. What he's going to do is he is going to backstep. Oh god. 5, 10, 15. Well, he'll just stand on top of the dead body. 20, 25, face to face with Sunni. And what he's going to do is momentarily on his turn, he will turn to face you, Sunni, and he's going to make 2 attacks. But then immediately he'll turn back, sort of keeping his shoulder back towards you, trying to block, but trying to keep his the eye ray focused on the mages. Okay, so we've got 1, 2 attacks. That is a 19 and a 21.
Yeah.
Okay. For a total of this is plus 6 on each attack. 9. Oh, wait a minute. There's a better way to do this. 12, 16, 16. 29. For a total of 38 points of damage for both attacks. So you can see the 2 greatsword attacks, they sort of come back and each one slams down and the second one slams down. As they do, they cut through bits and pieces of the armor, causing shards of ice to explode and damage, ending up lacerating more of your skin, more than just the blade.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I want to see if I gotta pull up the thing, because I don't remember how it works, but the gem dragon gift thing, I think that's a reaction, right?
I believe so, yes.
We can just move on. I won't use it right this second.
Yeah, because I believe it's only you can use it a number of your proficiency in any given day.
Okay. You know what? I'll go ahead and do it. I'll use my reaction to do that.
Okay. So expend one charge.
Yeah, and it's gonna make a strength saving throw.
That is definitely a failure. That is a 12.
Okay, so I imagine on his arm that he had all the scales put off, and he has the scale mail and the scales of the other salamanders on. He throws it up when the sword comes down, or whatever the weapon was, and kind of just Jedi back throws his hand and kind of just that telekinetic push against him. And it's 2d8 force damage, and it's pushed 10 feet away.
Okay. So go ahead and roll the 2d8 force damage.
6, also 6, plus 12.
12, cool. And then pushed 10 feet away. It'll just be pushed 10 feet again that way. Okay, so you pretty much move it just on top of the other dead knight. Okay, alrighty. At the end of that knight's turn, using his third and final legendary action, the warlord is going to make one more attack against Ajax. Ajax is the only target, and so
miss. Manifesting. Come on.
Manifest it. Let's see it.
You're
Let's
miss.
see it.
Come
Let's
on.
see it.
You're gonna miss.
That's a 22.
Fuck.
6 points of damage, so 12 reduced to 6, and then the cold damage is 9.
I think Felicity, Gemma, and Cameron weren't manifesting. I think that's why they didn't work.
15
think
points
you're right.
of cold damage.
15.
Yep.
Leave it on us. Take it yourself.
Ajax ain't looking great, guys.
All right.
You ran in there and you said, "Throw the arrows at me."
And with
Okay.
that,
Yeah.
it's the warlord's turn.
Yep.
Ah!
The warlord
Can he hit Bianca this time?
makes 3
Bianca's
attacks.
making face when he said.
All 3 of those attacks are focused at Ajax.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, Natalia. I agree. All right. Here we go. Roll 1. That's a natural 20.
Oh my god. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, wait. No, I don't know. Wait. Is the guy... I don't know if this... I don't know. Sorry. I have new things that I'm trying to remember how to use. I don't know if it's helpful here or not.
if it's a magical feature, you can't use it since you're within the cone.
It's, yeah, blood curse, so probably not.
That's, yep, sadly no. Okay, so Ajax, you would take 11 points of damage. That is the half from the base damage. Are you still alive?
I'm still alive.
And then the cold damage would be would be 41 points of cold damage.
Ajax goes down.
Okay. Ajax.
First down of the day.
Well, you did hear him. 3 attacks. That was the first one.
Yep. Second attack. You're prone. Is at you. This is with
Advantage.
Advantage because you're prone. That's a 2 on the first one, which is a miss. But let's see what the advantage is. That's a 3. Okay. All right.
Oh my god.
Okay. Sorry.
Same.
But then his third and final attack.
Yep.
That's a natural 1, but it's with advantage.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's a natural 18 plus his modifiers.
Just barely. Just barely. So I lose 2 death saves, right?
Yep, you lose 2 death saves, Ajax. As the third sword comes crashing down towards your sternum. You can feel the flat end of the blade smack you as you feel your heart skip a beat. As you can barely breathe, and Ajax, you can feel yourself beginning to slowly fade from reality. With that, it is Natalia's turn.
Before he goes unconscious, can I just say that he looks at the Bianca, makes eye contact, and like he doesn't say anything. He just has a face of like sorry as he goes down.
Oh, you already know her face is like determined, scared, and everything all at once. She's like getting ready to run to you. If like you could see seconds about to happen. Holy shit.
Luckily for you, Ajax, a creature cannot take legendary actions at the end of its own turn. So you're very lucky, but that means it is going to use one of its legendary actions to attack you at the end of Natalia's turn. So Natalia is going to run over towards Ajax. Thing is, on D&D Beyond, or not on D&D Beyond, on this, there is no way to track inventory. But in my opinion, it would seem silly for a woman who's been adventuring for as many years as she has to not come equipped with at least one health potion. That's just
with
my
an
opinion.
alchemist family too.
Exactly.
That's like our trade.
So it won't be anything too crazy, but as a oh shit break in case of emergency, she will feed Ajax one, we'll say greater healing potion. Which is, oh, that's the wrong thing. That I don't mean, well, greater. I think that's probably what she would have on her. Yeah.
44. Yeah.
Plus 4, right? 44 plus 4?
Yep. So 44 plus 4. Okay, that is not terrible. That's going to be 16 points of healing.
Oh, nice.
Whew.
So you are conscious, and then what she's going to do, she moved 20 feet to get up there to you. She does have a bonus of movement, so she does have 20 more feet. So what she's going to do is she's going to, because it's forced movement, doesn't provoke attack of opportunities, she is going to drag you away 10 feet. So that way it can't attack you again. Now,
okay.
Ajax, here's the thing. This is something, and this is just, and I feel bad because I feel like I didn't tell you the homebrew rules aside from crunchy crits that we do have here, and I feel bad telling you this now, but previously how we've ruled it is every time you go unconscious, you take a point of exhaustion.
Okay. That's fine.
So I feel bad throwing that on you now. I realize I should have said that when you joined several sessions ago.
It's fine.
Okay.
How do I do that? Okay, home point of exhaustion.
I apologize.
You click the little sleepy thing, and I think you can add
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so...
I mean, this is the first time I've been down, so we're good.
Okay, so she is going to pull you back and kind of like smack you in the face. And she is going to tell you, don't you ever think about doing something like that ever again, with her most aggressive mom voice.
Yeah, just laying on the ground, he looks up, he's like, yes, ma'am.
And then she, oh God, it's so sad because she's an assassin, but she went last in the turn order, so she doesn't get assassinated at all, but she will throw, as a bonus action, one of her psionic daggers.
That was my first thought. I was like, well, there goes that ability.
We'll say that she did it when she was 5 feet
While
away.
pulling me away
still
to
there.
get sneak
Yeah,
attack?
she gets
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah.
gonna say.
Good.
That's funny. Just has him by one arm, throws a knife. Yeah, fuck you.
Don't do that again.
Okay, so
uses his shoulders as cover.
Is a hit plus the sneak attack. So that is going to be, let's see, what is that? 13 points from just the psionic blade, and then 26 points of damage from the sneak attack.
Let's go.
As she pulls you away.
Does my blade turn off because I went unconscious, or is it still going?
I think you stopped raging, and You went
Causing-
and the blade turned off.
It says the last until you use a bonus action to speak the command word, or until you drop or sheathe the sword. Okay.
Oh. I mean,
if you want to say Ajax, drop the sword, that's fine.
I mean, you know what? Roll a d20. Even he does, odd he doesn't. He gripped onto it before he like.
All right, I'll roll it
rigor
in here.
mortis.
Rigor mortis.
What
We're
did I
good.
say? Okay.
Even he said odd he doesn't. It was just laying in his hand. It was still touching his palm.
Okay.
One pinky.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Ajax, you breathe back to life. She yells at you. You see the dagger get thrown. You're being dragged away. You're a safe distance away now as you come back to consciousness, and it's about to be your turn. But we're gonna move back to the other group.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, did you guys
Round
remember you were
2!
also playing D&D? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Round 2!
Woo!
5 more imps show up.
Hell yeah, they do.
Let's go. Don't worry, guys. I have what the fuck is this damn feature called? A second wind. I can gain 1d10 plus 3.
Maybe Ajax
Fucking
should
garbage.
sit down.
Okay.
We're gonna fight.
We
Okay?
just need to get the fuck out, honestly.
These 5 imps are going to come over here by where Illithor is, and they're going to make their 5 attacks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll 1d20. If it hits, all of them hit. If it misses, all of them miss. Speed. I am speed. That's a natural 1. They all miss. They all suck because they're imps.
And
It's
it'll look like
Ildon's
this.
turn. Oh, God. Ildon is going to fucking... I don't know.
Have him get turbulence.
Yep. He's gonna run. He's gonna take an attack of opportunity from an imp, because why not? The imp. Oh, that actually hits. That kind of sucks for him. Okay. 4, and then a con save. Of course, he fails the con save. Jesus Christ! Ah! Plus 36. Oh my God. Oh, where's that D6 at? 5. That's Jesus Christ. That poison damage. Okay. Illithor takes 20 points of damage from the 1 imp. God damn.
Jesus. What?
I rolled a 4 on the stinger die, and then on the 3d6, I rolled like max damage.
Yo, what the fuck? I'm never fucking around with imps ever again. Like,
Oh God. All right. He's gonna run up, and he is gonna make 3 attacks with the Frostbound Scimitar.
Die.
1, 2, 3. Natural 1, 2, 26. Okay. That is 11 points of damage. 7.
I guess the 2
4.
swings and a hit runs in the family.
you can go get some water. I drank
Okay.
it all already.
All right. Sadly, 11 points of damage is not enough, just barely. You can see Illithor sort of laying into him, but it is not enough to sort of make that final contact. Turbulence is bloodied, though. That is for sure. And that's the end of Ildon's turn. Suna. Cannon. At Illithor. Or no. At
Oh my God.
Turbulence.
What?
Turbulence. 1, 2.
It's a Luthien situation.
Oh my God.
Just turns on all.
God damn it, Suna, both of those miss.
Suna, what the-
Oh, this is not Suna's bulb game. All right, Illithor. 3 attacks
Oh my God.
against Turbulence. 1, 2, 3. That's a natural 1. That's a 6. That's a 10. Okay, the 10 hits for a 19 total. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
You're meant to only roll badly when it's our enemies.
I
What a
know. I know. Okay, with that, 18 points of damage. That is enough to do Turbulence in. As Illithor, with his 10-foot reach on the extremely long curved blade that he has, slashes down towards Turbulence, you can see it cut cut through the flesh, but as soon as it serrates the flesh, you can see this fire bubbling and boiling on the inside until eventually there's this detonation of flesh as Turbulence goes into his death throes. So what I need is everybody within a 20-foot radius of Turbulence, which is everyone except for Cecily and Suna, to make a dexterity saving throw.
Wait, Turbulence is in death saves right now?
No, Turbulence is in
explodey.
yeah. Where his flesh is starting to boil and bubble and explodes in a ball of flame.
It's gross.
Yeah. Okay. Oh god, that's right. Carousel is the only fucking player character. Jesus Christ. Saving throw. Ildon, natural 20.
Let's go.
Oh wait, sorry. That's Illithor, 26. Keothi. Dex saves aren't really her thing, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Keo, where are your saving throws at? I actually don't know on this sheet.
It just says she passes, for convenience.
That would be pretty cool.
You are speed.
Attributes, senses, inventory, features, spellbook, effects. Bruh. Okay, I'll just roll an acrobatics check. It's the same thing. Okay. It's a 16. That, however, is a success. So everybody succeeds. Which means everybody takes 20 points of fire damage as opposed to 40.
Nice.
Is Carousel still up? Oh, that's right. She got healed last turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been, but yeah.
Keothi, why don't you eat a whole bag of chips, girl? Turbulence is dead. Great. Caracilla, it's your turn. He's dead. You're no longer ragefully bound to him.
Okay. Well, since he is dead, it's also a bunch of imps, though. Why do there have to be a bunch of imps? I suppose just gonna have to focus fire on them first, as I cannot risk opportunity attacks right now. But they're also imps. How hard could they hit?
20.
Yeah, one it did 20-something points of damage. One of
We
them.
have an answer.
And there's
20.
5 of them.
More, actually.
But I'd only invoke opportunity from one of them, right?
That's enough.
True.
I also want to get out of this fucking combat, because I'm scared. No, okay, we're just gonna focus on the imps. I'ma just fucking throw daggers at them, because that's all I know. And I don't want to lose too many. Oh, no, yeah. So anyway, firstly with the Vengeance Dagger, that is a 25, which I'm guessing just hits. For 5 damage, and AC is then reduced by 2 for that one imp. And gonna follow that in with an 11, which I'm guessing misses.
The imps, yeah, an 11 just barely misses.
Yeah, okay. And then yeah, and then bonus dagger will then be a 24
That hits.
for 6 damage.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. So that one that was right in front of you is dead. For sure.
And so it's both these buildings that are on fire that the peeps are in, right?
Just this one right here. Where the
just
hellhounds
the
are
top
currently breathing fire. Yep.
Too easy. I'm gonna just start making my way over there to try and help people get out.
I'm on my way.
Okay. Alright. Cool. Caracilla, sweet. Then we move to the Hellhound. Hellhound. Let's see here. Is going to reposition themselves here. And we'll see if their fire breath recharges. That's a 5. That's a recharge. Okay, so it is going to go ahead and do their fire breath attack, and it will hit Ildon and Ilithor. Not the imps, though, since the imps are flying above where the cone would hit. So dex save from the two of them. Ildon fails. Ilithor, oh my god, also fails. Jesus. Come on, guys. Get your head in the game. 15 points of damage to both of them.
Where's Zac Efron when you need him?
Yes.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just gonna stop playing basketball.
Okie dokie. Keothi is going to follow Carasilla's suit and is going to start running up to try and help the people. She's going to use her movement and then action to... Oh, Jesus. Actually, shit. But those hellhounds are over there. And Keothi's health is not great. Oh, no. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
What?
What are you?
What are you doing?
She's a fucking cleric. I'm looking at her fucking spells.
She got mass healing word.
It's just, there's so many of them. She does have mass healing word. 3rd level mass healing word. Boom. She done did it.
She a life cleric?
No. Light.
Well.
The sun. Okay. Oh god. 6 creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And herself. Cool. 6 creatures. Everybody regains 8 hit points. On this
Hell
map.
yeah.
Damn it.
Nice, everyone. You said it. No take backsies.
Yeah. Are we not on layers? Like we're just like a floor above them, you know?
Yeah, you guys are in the Undercity right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of Keothi's turn. Cecily.
Cecily. So
Mario and Luigi's brother.
we still don't know who's in that building, right?
No.
Okay.
Dead people.
Yeah, and we still don't know where Caledon is necessarily either,
Oh,
which
that's
is
right.
rough. Because if we did precisely, I would begin evacuations. But as it stands right now, so one of the things that Bigsby's hand can do is called interposing hand. And the way it's written implies that it, like, flattens and gets between me and a creature. Would you be able to justify me using interposing hand, like, on the doorway of this building? Because if so, that is what I will attempt.
You can. I will say, Cecily could see from where she's at. There are just holes in the building from where they have exhaled fire, and so they're just like breathing flame into windows and holes in the wall.
Well, given that context, never mind.
Okay. So, sorry. I should have specified more when they attacked, but yes, you could always try to interpose where they're at, but then they could just move around the hand.
Right. That's not a good use of a fifth little slot there. Alright then. Well, at that point, it's probably most ideal to just damage some shit. So she's gonna go ahead and acid ball down here again on these 2 hellhounds.
Alright.
Alright, so let's do the
failure and natural 20. So 1 success, 1 fail.
Okay. And that was 24 damage that time, and I will leave it. I won't use 24. The extra point right now.
12. Okay. Alrighty, cool. The hellhounds take the damage.
Cool. And then 5. And I really this is a long rest thing for me, so I really am nervous about wasting those points for something that isn't very useful. So, Cecily, that's it for now. That's really the best thing I can do.
Okay, all right, we have our Hellhounds. Let's see if they're breath to recharge. 1, that's a 6. Second one, that's another 6. They both recharge.
God.
So they're going to exhale fire. Let's see, who hasn't rolled for the Hellhounds?
I have not yet.
Mark, roll a d8. Felicity, roll a d10. Good.
1.
Are you determining how hungry they are? Is that what you said last time?
I just said it was for a reason.
Okay.
2. Okay.
Is it how many babies they'll have?
Yeah, that's the one.
What?
I think you cracked the code.
What?
Okay, alrighty. As we prepare to move to the top of the turn order, we move back to the other map.
You damn right we do.
Ah!
Whoa!
Oh, crazy.
Jesus Christ. Top of the turn order.
Crazy.
Age, end of Natalia's turn, actually. The Warlord is going to use its legendary action to finally do what it wanted to, get some revenge. It is going to throw an ice spike at Suni. So the blade of ice, you can see it just grabs toward the head of the axe, and you can see it just pull a chunk of ice off that immediately regrows. The blade, or the chunk of ice, grows in its hand, and just like throwing a lance or a javelin, it's going to throw it directly at you, Suni. And we'll see what happens.
Suni, how are you on HP right now?
I have like 78.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, 22.
Yeah.
And then that'll be, I'll just give you the damage total because you don't need it split into chunks.
I mean, is it magic damage?
I
I have.
the
resistance
damage
to
is
that.
from a magical weapon, but it's not a spell.
Because, one of my aura thing.
I think it's resistant to damage from spells.
Oh, is that what
Yeah, damage from spells. Yep. Yeah. Okay, because I was like,
But it is magic.
it is magic, yeah. So that'll be, let's see. 26 points of damage total. Okie dokie. All right, Ajax, it's your turn. 1 point of exhaustion, 16 HP.
Okay.
What are you doing?
First bonus action. What is it? Second wind.
Second wind, yeah. Do that shit Kylo Ren did, where you just punch your stomach and go, oh!
Please don't roll bad. Okay, that's fine.
That's
This-
all right. Yeah.
Okay, that means I'm not raging this turn,
Oh.
but that's fine.
I forgot to say at the top of the Warlord's turn, you could see that from the thing that Suni had hit him with, the lightsaber,
Yeah.
the Moonblade throw. There was this like icy crust over his body that immediately evaporated, but at the top of his turn it reforms, leading you to believe that he has some type of temporary HP that is
Gotcha.
protecting him.
Okay, so what's exhaustion level 1 do for me? Disadvantage on ability checks. That's fine. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. So when Bianca shot the knight, it cracked like its chest, right? So does it seem like we could actually potentially get these eyeballs?
Yeah.
Okay. Ajax is gonna run right here, out of the range of Warlord Boy, and he is going to relentlessly. I'm going to try to grab the eyeball out of the chest of the knight while also attacking the knight. I want to target the eyeball. Well, I want to target the chest with my first 2 attacks. Is that possible? Could I get the eyeball out?
You could destroy it, not get it out. Sorry, I may have misspoke earlier. You can hit the eyeball to cease the anti-magic cone, but you can't take it out of the crystal. It seems as though, or not the crystal, the ice. It seems as though the undead magic that's powering these creatures is also giving life to that eye.
Okay. So instead, then, I'm going to take my first attack action to grapple this guy again. And it's athletics versus.
Yep. 18.
So I rolled with disadvantage. I rolled an 18 and a 19. So that's 18 plus 4. So. Okay. Now this time, I'm going to actually, because the other time I was right up against the Warlord, I'm turning this guy towards the Warlord and the other knight.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn the eyeball, attempt to turn this guy while grappling him towards them.
Okay.
I want the cone this way.
Does
Now,
that?
You would be getting the well, actually no, that's just there as a placeholder, so you wouldn't be getting the archers. Sorry, my bad. Okay. So attempting to turn him.
I want to get the Warlord and this knight guy in the anti-magic cone.
But not Suni.
Correct.
Do beholder eyes cancel out beholder eyes?
I know. I was thinking. I was like, will they just like short circuit or something?
Well, the other knight's not looking at this knight.
But it's putting his in the rain.
I can move him
Isn't
back
the
one.
eyeball a magical item?
If it is, I'll move him back 5 feet then, because I'm still grappling him and I still have movement.
This is like a philosophy question.
It's up to you.
I think. Oh man. Let me read anti-magic cone.
All that
Or
prep,
anti-magic field.
but was not ready for this conundrum, which is only fair. I don't know
Joe
if he was
wasn't-
prepared for this.
Joe wasn't ready for any choice we made tonight. Nor was I.
Targeted effect, areas of magic, spells, magic items, magical travel, creatures and objects dispel magic. Magic missile, areas of magic, fireball, spells. Not a spell, magic item, properties of power of magic items are suppressed in the sphere. Magical travel, teleportation and planar magic fail to work within the sphere. Where is the sphere destination? Nope.
It's
Okay.
on anti-magic field. It says the spheres created by different anti-magic field spells don't nullify each other.
Ah, okay.
That's too bad.
That
All
is
right.
too bad.
There we
Well,
go.
it's not too bad because then this eyeball would then be anti-magicked, so my idea would not work. I'm hoping that Warlord Boy has enough magic on him that once I turn this eyeball towards him, some shit starts disappearing or stops working. Because it's anti-magic.
Mm-hmm.
So I turn him. That's one attack action.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually attack the knight now.
Okay.
Because I don't think we've done enough damage to this guy to, you know.
No, it's only got like 20 damage right now, so.
So that is a 17 to hit?
17 does not hit,
Fuck!
sadly. Yeah, plate armor doesn't hit.
That's fine. Because I'm gonna action surge.
Okay. All right.
What?
Go for it. No, nothing.
What?
Nothing. Action.
You went,
surge.
I mean... Okay. Let me just see. Oh, I'm dumb. I should have fucking... God damn it. Okay. I have grappling strike as a maneuver. I could have attacked this guy and hit the grapple at the
that's-
same time instead of wasting an attack.
That's what you did the first time. That's why. I was like-
Yeah, and I have
thought
3
you were
more
just
superiority dice.
I thought you were just trying to conserve superiority die.
Nope. I'm just dumb. Okay, so 2 attacks against this guy. I'm not gonna relentless attack. A reckless
That's a
route.
good idea. Don't do that.
You don't want a reckless?
I want to hit these attacks, but I don't want to fucking die. So it's 12 plus 9, so 21 to hit on that one.
That one hits.
Yeah, so that is... Okay, now we do damage. Ooh! Oh, shit. So that's 11 plus 5, so 16 plus 2 more d6 from the fire.
Yep.
That was fucking garbage. So that was, what did I say, 16?
Yep.
Plus 4, so 20 for that attack.
Okay.
Another attack. Damn, that's unfortunate. I rolled 2. So that's 11. So, alright. Can I use the rest of my movement to attempt and drag this guy backwards?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I want to drag him... I'm going to drag him pretty... right about here.
Okay. Pop, pop, pop. You drag him. But that also means the cone moves with him.
Yeah.
Suni's in the cone now.
What? I can't, like, turn him a little bit?
From the area you turned to before and now dragging him. Suni's in the cone. Which also means Maggie disappears.
That's
That has to be a bummer.
Johnny
Okay.
falls on his ass.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Ajax is gonna yell out to the mages and say, "Move out of the cone!" That's his turn. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was gonna. I fucked over soon.
You're okay.
It's okay. It is at the end of Ajax's turn, though. That's very interesting.
Please tell me this worked.
Are legendary actions magical?
I know.
No.
A concept?
Okay. So it's going to use 2 of its legendary actions. So Suni, as you sort of fall down and are scattering, getting ready to stand back up, you can see it look towards you, and its voice begins to bellow deep and echo towards you and say,
"Fear me and perish."
And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, is this for
Manifest.
I feel like I just got a thing, or maybe that's at a different level. Let me double check.
But is this
Yeah.
magic?
I'm
Nope.
manifesting the whole time.
Yep.
This is
Guys,
this is just a feature he has.
if you're not on camera, it doesn't matter. You better be manifesting over there for Suni to hit this fucking wisdom save. Come on.
Is this for being frightened?
Yes, it is.
Starting
Yeah,
at 10th level, you and friendly creatures
That's right.
while I'm conscious.
Okay.
You're
all
a
right.
paladin, motherfucker.
Yeah.
We manifested it, and you remembered your feature.
All right. Suni, with that, you automatically resist the frightened foe feature.
Hell yeah.
It's your turn.
I flip them off. So I'll go ahead and stand up.
Whoops, my bad. Click the wrong button.
He looks really
Hello.
cool.
It's a reminder.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and stand up, and what I am going to do is
Move out of the cone.
I mean, yeah, probably, but does lightning breath count as magic?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I'm just gonna hippity hop on top of this over here. If that's cool.
Yep, you climb on top of those crates that are right there and get on top of the building.
Yeah. So I will do that, and I'm gonna go ahead and as I get up there, he's gonna kind of rear his head back and unleash one of his attacks as his lightning breath.
As soon as the
I'm sorry.
lightning breath.
I'm sorry. I also realized that first of all that doesn't make any sense, but I also forgot that there was something else I wanted to do anyway instead. That involves me not having left the area in the first place, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Instead of doing that, he is gonna go closer to this knight, and I'm gonna take his hook swords out, and I'm gonna hook him on his feet and try to pull his feet out from under him so that he's laying flat on his chest and not gonna
Okay. Go ahead and make a
shove action, right?
Oh yeah, I guess that would be the shove action.
Okay.
It's still a contested roll.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Athletics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Athletic.
Yep.
Okay. Why?
It's a 22.
Well, that was a lot less than 20.
Damn it. We didn't manifest.
Right.
You hook at the ankles, but he's just able to kick out.
Remember next time.
Before you're able to pull and.
And did that count as one of my attacks?
Yeah, it counts as one of your attacks.
Do it again.
Okay, I'll do it again.
All right.
Come on, manifest. Come on.
16.
Fuck you.
That was a 20.
Let's go. Manifestation works.
Okay, all right. Knock him prone.
Hell yeah.
I now believe in pseudoscience.
Okay. And so now his eye is facing on the ground. So now, theoretically, all of those mages can use their magic.
Yeah, they can.
Sure. So, and then that'll be the end of my turn.
All right.
Thank you for letting me redo that.
Unless Joe deems it not so, and he's just like, nah, the guy turns over, he's like, fuck you guys, here's your color.
Volley.
Hit the big guy and the prone guy. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Dex save, success. Dex save, fail. All right. Prone guy, fail. Standing guy, success. Lots of D6s.
We love arcane archers.
So he takes 16 points of damage, and he takes 32 points of damage. Okay.
Just imagine these are the archers in Elden Ring that are in the invisible area before you get to Melania, whatever. And they're like shooting constantly.
Okie dokie. Oh, wow. Look at these guys. All right. They have their spells now. Ain't that the truth? Oh, wait. Why is it? What the hell? Why did it do that like that? There you go. And what type are they? Okay. For some reason, it decided to be weird with the thingo. There we go. Okay, okay. I'm trying to think about what they're gonna do. Not a whole lot of damaging spells on their end.
What?
They got some healing. That could be cool too.
That'd be dope.
No, they're rather control-y wizards or control-y sorcerers. So they have things like that. So let's just say each. Well,
Do they have a magic missile?
No.
Fireball.
Yeah, they got. They got. That's funny. Okay. So little to choose from that is appropriate for the situation. Yeah, sure. One of them is going to cast. Two of them are going to cast Enlarge on Ajax and Sunni.
Does that work on Sunni if he's in the cone?
Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Oh, baby is awake. I'll be right back.
All right. Appearance, dimension, 2, to update token. Ajax is large now. Oh wait, shit, that doesn't affect that. That doesn't affect size. He'd have to be huge for that. Woo! Okay, there we go. All right, Ajax is large now. One of the sorcerers has a bit of a brain fart, accidentally casts it on Sunni, it fails. Because the thing is, they can't really target in there because of the anti-magic field anyway, so I guess they're just going to hold their action to firebolt should the anti-magic cone drop in some way. So there's going to be 2 firebolts potentially coming at you. Okay, we have the knight that is currently being grappled by Ajax. Instead of trying to break the grapple, what he's going to do is he is going to make 2 greatsword attacks with disadvantage against Ajax. Oh, he went away though, didn't he?
He's back.
Baby.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'm back.
2 disadvantage attacks against you as opposed to trying to break the grapple since you are so low. So that is a 21 to hit with disadvantage, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Okay, so that's the first attack, which will be 2d6.
Uh-oh.
8 plus an additional 2d6.
Uh-oh.
14 points of damage on the first attack.
Oh, yeah. I'm still up. I'm still
Second
good.
attack, first roll was a 4, so that's a miss.
Yeah,
Nice.
That's right. We
Nice.
manifest those. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait. Fuck you and this guy. I'm riposting. I'm using a superiority dice. He fucking missed an attack. I'm smacking him back with an attack.
Okay.
I get to use my superiority dice. Natural 20.
Nice!
So that is 12 plus 5, so that's 17, 18, 22 plus 2 more d6 from the radiant,
Yes.
or from the divine. So what did I say? 22 plus 12, so that's 34
Mm-hmm. Plus you're enlarged.
plus 9 plus 9.
9.
So 34 plus 9 is 43.
3.
What do I get for enlarged?
D4 extra. So 4 plus a D4.
What was I at? 40 what?
You were at 43.
So then 47. 49 total.
Okay. Alrighty. 49 points of damage total. That is enough to kill this knight dead. And
Just imagine I get hit and then Ajax like and just like decapitates him, and then he looks down and he's like shit and then pushes it over to the side.
Okay. As the anti-magic field drops, you can see that aura around the warlord come back. And at the end of the warlord, or at the end of the knight's turn, as he is now dead, he is going to.
Oh wait, I can use a thing.
Oh.
Because he's dead. Maybe 15 feet is that half his movement speed.
That is, yep.
I'm gonna use my new blood curse that I traded out. It's the puppet one as a reaction when someone drops to 0. Let me find it.
Please tell me you can reanimate this thing.
Yeah. I can for a short period. Let me read it. Okay. So as a bonus action, you curse a creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Is it within? Yeah, I think so. Curse target has. Oh wait. Yes, that's Muddled Mind. No, I want Fallen Puppet. Okay. Drops to 0 HP. You can use a reaction to have that creature make 1 weapon attack against a target of your choice within its range. But if I amplify it, which I will right now, it can move up to half its movement speed and gets a +4 bonus to its attack roll. And yeah, so she'll just like quickly like take out her sword, slice her arm, and then start to like twist its body to like walk back up and then walk towards it and make it just should make 1 melee attack.
Okay.
Let's see.
Say anti-magic cone
To
come
have
back.
that creature make 1 weapon attack against a target of your choice within its range. Boom.
Okie dokie. So that'll be 1 great sword. Roll that. So that is a 20 total, which hits.
Nice.
The cold damage, it is immune to cold damage, so the cold damage doesn't do any extra, but it does do 10 points of slashing damage. However, as the 10 points of slashing damage comes down as the greatsword collides, you can see it hits that sort of glowing, pulsating shield. And as it does, there is this immediate expulsion of cold energy from the creature's body whenever it's hit with a melee attack that sends ice shards through the knight's twisted, contorted body and absolutely eviscerates it, even more than it already was.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Ouchie.
All right. With that, that's the end of his turn. At the end of his turn, now, and it's the Warlord's turn.
Wait.
Seeing
When
what
did
you-
my turn happen?
that was a
He's
reaction.
using a
right?
legendary action.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
using a legendary action.
Oh, legendary. I was like, wait a second. Gotcha.
Yeah,
I see,
he's
I
got
see.
one more. So this one more. After seeing what you did, the ice spear is coming towards you, Bianca.
Uh-oh.
That's fine.
You haven't taken any damage yet, right?
No, not technically.
25 points of damage, or not 25 points of damage, 25 to hit.
It does.
And then 33 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh, God.
10 slashing, 23 cold.
The number didn't get lower.
The number did not get lower.
It just got higher. That's weird.
But the damage from amplifying it was only 1, so we're really okay. Still.
Indeed we are.
And we got these fucking sorcerers, baby.
Yes.
That don't have damaging spells, apparently.
Some
We
of
got the
them
firebolt.
for when the thing wasn't in the thing.
Yes. 2 attacks. It's cocked. That's a miss. That's a natural 20. So that's already 20. They're 2d10. So it's 20. Where are my d10s at? Okay, here they are. Pop.
Wait, who's getting attacked?
The guy, 12
We're
plus
using
20.
their firebolt.
So that just gets rid of the rest of his temporary HP, plus a little bit extra. Okay. All right.
Oh, they do have firebolt. Okay, cool.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they just could use it now that the thing dropped.
Okay. The knight is prone. He's going to stand back up.
Damn it. Why would he do such a thing?
The cone returns.
Trip him
Wait.
again, Suni.
Wait. When did my turn happen? Did we skip me again?
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. My bad. I don't know why that's...
Put that
I was
guy
like,
back
wait.
down.
Again.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Sorry.
It's okay,
okay.
Joe. There's
got a
9
lot
things
going on.
happening
There's so
on 2
much.
maps.
Yeah,
Now he's unconscious. I love it.
that's good. Let's keep it that way. Okay, so I have a question. After watching my little puppet
This little
go,
Here you go,
a
Jeff.
melee attack, like, made a bunch of ice fly out,
Yes.
and it looked really, really bad to be
Correct.
near that.
Hmm.
Well, I was gonna get in melee range, but now I don't
Nah,
want
just
to.
shoot this motherfucker.
I will say, the ice around him is no longer there anymore.
Oh, okay.
After those last 2 firebolts.
And how does he look?
Not bloodied.
Not bloodied.
We've only hit him twice.
We have.
Granted, Suni hit him for like 80 something, which was really fucking big
Well,
damage.
also both volleys.
Both volleys,
And
but
all the firebolts. Oh god.
oh yeah, that's right. Never mind.
We've
We've hit him a
been
bunch
hitting
of times.
I forgot
Okay.
about
But 2 knights are down. One knight? Was there? There was.
the next
Oh.
Yeah, 2 knights are down.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna do this anyway. So for my weapons new thingo, for those 2 things,
Yep.
I just get to use them, or does it have to be one or the other? Because it doesn't really specify on here.
Ooh. That's a little awky.
And do I just choose which one I want to use, or is it like once per short rest?
So I believe with what my original intention was. It was you had a number of charges equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest.
Okay, and I could use one or the other?
Yeah, one or the other, not both.
Okay, cool. That's fine. What we are going to do, is we're going to use... Yeah, we're gonna go on up over to him. We're gonna go right her.
Her.
And we're gonna use, for the first attack, we're gonna use the, I believe it's pronounced more. The second one.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, the extra, so she's gonna do 2 attacks, and then, I'm going to smite with the other one that I'm not using more. Okay. So the first hit is an unnatural 20.
Nice.
And the second hit is a 14.
Misses.
Okay. Then I guess I'll just use more. I won't smite because I said I don't know how that all works, but
yeah, smite you can declare whenever you want.
Cool. I will use more. So that is 12. Oh, I didn't even. That's okay. That's 12 damage and then 2d8 radiant.
Nice.
6. Not that much extra. That's fine. So 12 plus 6, and then I was gonna maybe bonus action Shadow Slide away from him if he still looks kind of like he's doing okay.
Yeah, he's still looking fine after 12.
No, it's 12 plus 6.
Oh, sorry. Extra 6 there.
It's okay.
Still okay.
I think I'm gonna Shadow Slide out of there. That could be bad news, bears. I don't want to die. I'm gonna Shadow Slide away.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. Yep, that's my turn.
Okay. Alrighty. Now we come to the knight. Now the knight stands up. Now the sphere returns, or the cone returns. Suni. 2 attacks. Bop, bop.
Bring it.
That's one of those is a crit, and the other one's an 8.
Nice.
Okay, so that is 24. Fuck math. 4, 35. 36 plus 6.
Stop saying numbers, Joe.
Yeah, stop it. 5, 11,
No, stop.
7.
Stop. It's already so late. 36 plus 6. 42 points of damage, Suni.
No, it's not. Are you good? Are you still up?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, that sounds like somebody who's not fine, but they're like still up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Wait
Dope.
So, oh god, Suni, you are not fine. Oh Jesus, because now it's the warlord's turn. Immediately as his turn begins, the ice begins to re-encapsulate him as he regains temporary HP, and he is going to move here, where he is within range of Suni and Bianca.
Oh my god.
As you're on top of the roof, Bianca, for a moment, you underestimated how tall he was and how tall the roof was, as he is, his head is like eye level with the gutter of the roof.
Good wave.
So, yeah, he's gonna swing one swing of the massive ice great sword down on Suni. That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Hits for
Team B got the fucked up fight. I'm seeing this now.
You took less people.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12, 25. That's 25 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Are
are
you
you
Still up?
No.
Okay.
Fuck!
Then why did you just say
Next two
9,
strikes
10.
are going against Bianca to try and knock 2 people down, limiting their effectiveness. So Bianca, first strike is a God, that's a 27.
Yes. Yes, obviously.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was making fun of myself. For being like, why did I have to tell you that?
I don't even know why I asked. It just seems polite, you know? But it honestly comes off as kind of dicky when it's that high, you know?
Is a 30 hit? Yes, a 30 hit.
I don't just want to say that hits because that seems like an asshole thing to do, you know?
It's fine.
But then we're having this
it's
whole
late,
discourse.
we're dead. It's all good in the
15,
hood.
18. No, wait. There's a better way to do this.
None of us got healing potions.
Okay. 19. No. 29 plus 4. 33 points of damage, Bianca.
Okay.
And then
You still up?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And then the third and final attack.
Well, manifest it. It's gonna miss.
Manifesting. I don't know
on.
if I'll make it after this one, but
23.
let's see.
Manifest! Fuck!
23 to hit?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah, 23
Manifest
hit.
low damage. Manifest low damage.
Low damage. Low
Manifesting.
damage.
24 points of damage.
I'm still up.
Yes!
Oh.
I am not
Manifestation!
well.
Well, we
I
know
am
you're
very
not well.
unwell.
But it's count our blessings.
All right, it is Natalia's turn. She is going to run over here. Oh, God, that was like the only potion she had, I'm sure. Oh.
I mean, Philly has one on his person, just in the bag of holding.
He does. Oh, but would
Yeah,
Natalia
I-
know that? He has one in there. One of the party
I mean,
members
I
might,
could-
but
Probably yell it if I see everything happening, but I
Yeah.
know one thing Bianca would communicate with everyone is we need to run. He's not even bloodied. And 3 of us are basically dead. We have to run.
well, if you say that and inform her about the health potion, she
Yes.
will. She has 35 feet of
Bonus
movement.
action disengage, can't she?
Yeah, but so she'll run over there, but it doesn't matter because she doesn't have any extra movement now. So, because if she
can
needs
bonus
to,
action dash, then.
well, if she needs to, and then just take the attack of opportunity because she's fine. She has not been hit once yet.
Yeah.
She'll interact object, bag of holding, action, feed it to Suni. What type of health potion is it, Suni?
A greater.
Greater. Okay, 44 plus 4.
11. How do you remove things off of your...
You should just be able to click on it, and then you should see remove somewhere under the item description. So that is 15 points of healing, Suni.
Excellent.
Okay, all right. And then she will, with you conscious again, taking 1 point of exhaustion. She will use her action to dash. Yeah, use her bonus action to dash, being a rogue. She'll take the attack of opportunity from the knight, and she will drag you 15 feet away over here. Just getting some distance. That knight will take an attack of opportunity against her. Bop. 23 hit. 2d6. 10. So 16 points of damage to her. Okay. All right, at the end of her turn, the Warlord is going to use one of his legendary actions, and he's going to make a great sword attack against Bianca. Yeah. Oh my god,
Farewell.
Bianca, that's a natural 20.
Okay.
So that right off the bat is
I'm at 7 HP.
yeah, so that's enough. Yeah, that's enough to knock you down. Okay. So Bianca is unconscious, and Ajax, when we come back, it'll be your turn, and at the end of your turn, he's going to make another strike against Bianca with a second legendary action. So you have your turn to try and prevent that. Okay, with that, we're going to move back to scene 1A.
Round 3!
Oh, God. All right.
Can we say that Ajax or somebody has told Team A what's going on?
Yeah. So
We're 45 minutes away.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything we can do to help.
No,
y'all
just
right
like
now.
for communication, so you know what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
That we are not surprised. Okay, because I'm tired, the imps, for some reason, don't show up this round. That's crazy.
I'm fine with that.
Ildon is going to run over to this hellhound, and Ildon is going to make 3 attacks against it. All those hit. Damage. Is it dead? It's dead.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, fuck that hellhound.
Suna is going to take 2 cannon blasts at the top hellhound. 1, 2. Natural 1, natural 20. All right, 30 points of damage to one of them.
So many natural 20s tonight.
The duality of man. 30 points isn't enough to kill it, though. Then we come to Illithor. Illithor is going to run his happy ass over here, and he's going to make 1 strike. He's got 3, though. 19 hits for 18 points of damage. You bet your candy ass. That one's dead. Okay, he's going to run up to the second hellhound. He's going to make 2 more greatsword, or 2 more sword. He's got a fucking sword. I don't know. Yeah, 22 points of slashing plus 9 points of slashing damage. This hellhound is dead. All right, look at that. Cleared the field. Okay, Carasilla, it's your turn. They're on fire. What do you want to do?
Okay, well, I want to get over here at least, and try and get a better idea of how the building's looking, but I'm about to be a firefighter and fucking go in there to try and get people out. Like, I don't fucking care at this point. But, yeah, I mean, is there, like, a reason why people haven't been able to escape, is the thing?
Yeah, the building is collapsing from the inside out.
Right.
From the outside in. So there is burning debris that is blocking their way. And they didn't want to leave because looking in there, you can see most of them are wounded, and if some of them would have come out, they would have gotten destroyed by those creatures that were out there. So some of them are healthy enough to move things out of the way, but something needs to be done on the inside to make it easier for them to escape. You can see what look to be of the 20 individuals that are in here, plus Kaladon, so 21. 8 of them have suffered such extreme burn wounds from the breath attacks of the Hellhounds that they are no longer alive. So there's only 12 people plus Kaladon left in here.
I see. Well, I guess I don't have enough movement to get inside, and do shit, so I guess I'll just start helping with trying to get at least some of the rubble out of the way to let people out.
Yeah, of course. So we'll just say, just for flavor, you take 3 points of fire damage as you're just sort of beginning to reach in there, trying to move things out of the way best you can. Kaladon, incredibly thankful that you're here, says, thank you so much. And he starts like taking down bits and pieces of the wood, trying to get out of the way as people begin to try and funnel out. I would say, Cecily, you'd be able to see from this northern direction that 2 rangers appear ready to escort them out. Keothi's turn, though. She is going to run over 30 feet, and she's going to do the same thing she did at the Grove, and she's going to use another 3rd level spell slot to cast Create/Destroy Water. However, that is... Oh, shit. She's going to have to use a 4th level spell slot. No, okay, sorry. No, never mind. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Create Destroy Water is 4th level, so she's going to use a second 4th level spell slot to cast Create or Destroy Water on the inside of the building to extinguish most of the flame. It does create some gas in there, or some fumes, but most people cover their mouths, and it makes getting them out a lot easier. Cecily, is there anything you'd like to do to try and help with this?
Suppressing fire on any enemy that's around.
Okay.
That's really the most she can do. I'm 5'2" and have 8 strength, and I'm 90 feet away. So
yeah. So we'll say that there are a few imps that fly in. You quickly dispatch them before they're able to harass anybody anymore. Okay. Alrighty. So we'll say with that, by the end of the round 3, all of you are able to work together, moving over, helping move the rubble out of the way, helping the majority of the people in this building get out and live to fight another day. Caledon is incredibly thankful, and he moves away with the arboreal exiles and says as soon as he's able to, he'll rejoin you in the fight as soon as he can. Okay. So with that, Defense 1A has been relatively successful. Nothing happened to the party members. Several lives were lost, but luckily the majority of the individuals were saved, which is a victory. Good job.
cool. All right, we'll be to your aid in 450 rounds.
All right, you start heading there. We move back to 1B. Ajax, it's your turn.
Yeah, seeing Bianca go down, he lets out a massive roar and screams her name as he's going to rage.
Nice.
And he's going to run up. Can I get to her?
Yeah.
Can I get here?
Yeah, sure. You pounce
He's
up.
gonna... Yeah. So have movement to bring her back. But I am going to take an... yeah, I'm going to take 2 attacks against this guy. And then move her away after.
So, Ajax, I will say, just because it's something you would have noticed, when that creature ran up to him and hit him, when he had that icy shield active, that's what caused the retaliation, and that icy shield is back. So, I would say Ajax, because of his friends who are magical, would be familiar with the spell Armor of Agathis, which seems to be casting on him at the top of every round.
Man. Did it look like it did a lot of damage?
Relatively. It did a relative amount of damage that looked painful.
Ajax, you're at like 2 HP, aren't you?
I'm 10.
Okay.
The default for Armor of Agathis is 5. So
I'm dead.
Yeah.
If I get hit by it.
Yeah, I'm moving you. You're getting moved. I have a plan that might work. And this guy doesn't look bloodied? He doesn't look hurt?
Let's see. Let me double check. Okay, at this point, since the last bit of damage, he does look bloodied.
Oh man, this is hard. Bianca's getting moved back. I'm gonna move. Can I put her right here currently? Like push her behind me, and then I'll use the rest of my movement to push us back. I think I still have 40. I have 45 movement. I used 30. So I still have 15 left. So where could I get the 2 of us if I run away?
I would say, due to your natural feline agility from being a Leonin, I would say you could get to the end of the roof and off of it, so you could get a little bit of cover from him as well.
With the rest of my movement.
Yeah, which might be a little generous, but if you use your momentum to slide down the roof, I'm okay with that.
I'm going to take. Okay. I'm going to do that with Bianca. But, okay. Fuck. God damn it. Because I'm going to take an attack of opportunity anyways. So it's like, why not maximize damage output and just fucking hit this guy? Yeah, Ajax is going to go up and he's going to grab Bianca and put her behind him and yell over and say, Suni, we need you! As he starts pushing her back, and he's going to take one attack on this guy and then see what happens after. He's going to take an attack. All of the things. Reckless.
What?
I'm gonna get hit anyways. He's gonna hit me on the way out.
Don, can I veto?
What?
Would you let me veto?
Here's the thing. I might. I don't. Oh man.
You're not gonna live. I'm not sorry, not to not be optimistic, but the vibes ain't gonna get us through this time.
So not reckless is what you're saying.
The vibes ain't gonna get us through this.
So, Armor of Agathis does at least 5 damage. So you attacking him does at least 5 damage to you. And then there's an attack of opportunity. If you even survive Armor of Agathis.
But the attack of opportunity is gonna take me down anyways. Like
but
he does.
You
like
get away. You just get away. See what I'm saying? You could slide down.
I would also say you could just aware of your options. You could drag her away and use your action to disengage or to take the dodge action. You want to play it defensive?
Okay.
It's entirely up to you.
Okay.
I shall not pass judgment.
So wait, hold on. Okay. If I was here, I'm sorry this is taking so long. Did I just ran here then?
Yeah, sure.
So I don't proc opportunity attack? Did I
sure.
just put myself in a bad spot?
I think you wanted to attack really bad, so you put yourself there.
Okay.
That's okay. Look at that.
Okay, so he's gonna drag Bianca and him off of the building.
Yeah.
So since I'm not using act, can I like try to stabilize her?
Yeah, make a medicine check.
Okay.
I'll say with advantage due to your history in the war and having to do tourniquets and all that shit.
15.
Bianca, you're stabilized.
Woo!
You're not conscious, but you no longer need to roll death saving throws.
Okay.
Thanks, AJ.
Yeah, I think that's his turn.
Okay.
Bianca. Well, do I still have any movement? No, I don't think I do.
Nah,
You will be dead.
no, you.
Yeah.
I was being a
That's
little
my
liberal
turn.
there anyway. Okay. At the end of your turn, the warlord angrily will slam the butt of his sword into the house, and you can see the roof kind of cave in a bit as he's going to turn toward Natalia and Suni. Seeing Natalia having gotten Suni up, is going to use his second legendary action to hit her with an ice spear. Oh, that is a natural 20. Okay. So 12, 36, plus 11, 47, plus 51.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
61, 65. 65 points of damage.
Woo!
She's still up?
Is she still up?
She is at 10. Woo, mama.
Oh
Hey, welcome
my
to the 10
God.
club.
Nice.
Alrighty, with that, Suni, it's your turn.
Everybody in the single digits.
Well, 10's a double digit.
You're right. Why did I say that?
I don't know either.
Oh, wait a minute. Cameron,
Suni.
I know you're muted. I don't know.
Oh god damn it.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh god damn it.
Well, I can do one of two things. I can either... I guess I can do one of several things. I can either cast Aura of Vitality at 3rd level, which will let me, bonus action, heal somebody within 30 feet of me, for 2d6, I think. Or I can, yeet it the fuck over to Bianca and pour some, lay on.
First, I would get you and Natalia out of there.
Yeah, I don't know if I should leave Natalia alone.
Just grab her.
Grab her and run.
Am I within? Let me double check. I gotta. Okay, so if I leave and am not healing anybody, Ajax will be able to get Bianca and get out of there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's to be determined because the warlord could just walk around the corner. So.
Okay. So then, what I'm going to do is, seeing everything happening, and having just kind of woken up, Suni is going to dig both of his swords into the ground, and I am going to cast Plant Growth. You can see this kind of the energy going through his hands into the swords, into the ground, and then all of like the cracks in between all these bricks. You can see like little blades of grass and like vines sweeping up and magically growing in a 100-foot area or like radius or area. Let me make sure that this. All normal plants in a 100-foot radius. I hope that that's fine, because it says normal plants, so I don't know if that's even going to work. Is this going to work if there are no plants on the ground?
Oh, yeah. Loosey-goosey, fuck it.
Okay.
I don't give a shit. The grass it's so strong, it breaks through the stone.
So
yeah, I mean, there's a little moss there, right?
Yeah.
There's weeds everywhere,
So this basically makes it every foot of movement they have to spend 4 feet of movement.
Isn't that just difficult terrain?
That's double difficult terrain.
Yeah.
It's double.
Okay.
So whatever half your movement speed is, half of that is now what their movement speed is.
I can make certain parts of it not overgrown. So I'm gonna make it the 100-foot radius centered on the warlord, but give paths for both Ajax and Bianca and me and Talia to eat out of here.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna grab her hand and just start running in the other direction.
Okay. Alrighty, yeah, and she's willing, so she's gonna run with you. 30 feet that way.
Did someone tell the sorcerers to run?
We've told them on multiple occasions. It's their fault now. Just saying.
All right. Is that it, Suni?
Yeah.
All right, Molly. I wonder where it's going to go.
Where could it go?
Come on, break. I wanted to break. Well, it doesn't matter if it breaks the armor or not, because it's going to gain it back on his fucking turn.
All right. It doesn't matter for this guy. He's dead. I can tell you that much right now. Even if he succeeds, he's dead. So the knight is dead.
These mages need to get the fuck out of there. There's no magic-y thing. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
You weren't... Not really, but that's okay. Thank you for apologizing. I did stop talking, and then you started talking, so that's okay.
Oh, okay.
The warlord, not very good at dex saves. That's a 2. That's a failure. Then he takes a big old fat 10d6 to the face for 31 points of damage. That's a decent chunk of damage. Okay.
Does he still have the fucking shield?
Maybe the mages can take care of him now.
No, he does not. He does not have a shield anymore.
So low.
And he's looking really rough. With that, it's the sorcerer's turn.
Fuck.
Yep, they're going for 4 fire bolts. Okay. 1, hit. Oh shit! I fucking threw my d20. Okay, that's a hit. That's a natural 20. That's a miss. All right,
Damn,
compensated.
if I wasted this 3rd level spell slot, if this dude dies, I'm gonna be real pissed off.
I don't know if that's the right attitude. if this guy died, I think y'all are blessed. I think that's kind of a miracle.
Okay, so that would be 2d10, 40d10, 60d10 plus 20. 60d10 plus 20.
Suni, come back. Come back, Suni.
10 plus 20. Oh my god. No,
58
no.
points of fire damage as this volley of flame rains down on this
Don't you? How do you
warlord.
want to do this to yourself?
You can see this volley of flame. I said he was looking rough for the amount of hit points that he has. 58 points of fire damage slams down on top of him. You can see the bolts rain into him, breaking through pieces of the armor, slamming into bits and pieces of steel, melting away pieces of ice. But he is still alive.
Oh my god.
Through sheer determination. Apparently. Christ. Okay, Bianca. You're
I'm
alive.
stable, and I'm
Congratulations.
laying here. That's my turn.
The Warlord's turn. He
Oh my
gains
god.
temporary HP.
Fuck! I hate that stupid shit.
At the top of every turn. Okay, you said so. It's a quarter of his movement speed.
Yeah.
Don't
Okay,
you come over here.
Is that it?
that's what he's got. He
This is
will,
bullshit.
He's gonna. Oh well, I mean, he does have his ranged attack though.
No, but he doesn't see anybody.
He sees
Except for
me.
the throw it at the mages.
The javelins don't have a very long range, so Suni and Natalia are outside of the range, but it's with disadvantage, so he's just gonna go for it.
Also, can I ask you a question?
Try to place myself behind Natalia while we were running, just because I haven't had that thing thrown at me. So if I can try to get him to throw it at me instead of her, I will.
Okay, alrighty.
I have a question. Did the mages still not fucking run?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. We've been.
Thank you. Thank
Their
you.
rider dies. Literally.
God, you're mad if they do damage, you're mad if they don't. What do you want from them? Jesus Christ, Suni. One spear. That's a miss, it's a 14.
Ah, hell yeah.
Second spear. 26.
Damn.
Oh.
No, Suni's gonna go down.
Natalia's right there.
12, 16.
Oh, yep, I'm down.
Oh, it was even more than that. It was 16 plus 12.
Yeah, I had 15.
Alright,
Okay.
Natalia, I need you to throw a dagger at this guy and break his shield. Come on.
No.
Third spear at Natalia.
Fuck!
Oh my
Disadvantage,
God.
though. That first one is first one's a hit, but with disadvantage. That's cocked. 18. What's her AC? He's a rogue.
No.
It's gonna hit.
It's gonna hit.
Yep, her AC is 18. That is a hit. Which, 12 points of damage on just the slashing, or piercing. That is enough. Natalia also falls unconscious.
Oh!
So Suni and Natalia both unconscious. Natalia's
But
turn.
Ajax wouldn't even know, right?
No.
Do I feel it in my bones?
No, the archers. The archers would shout out, 2 down, 2 down. Towards the two of you. A dragonborn and a woman with red hair. Not, knowing their names, but shouting that out towards all of you. It is Natalia's turn, though, so she needs to make a death saving throw. Okay, I'll take note of that.
You're not gonna
I
tell
fucking hate you.
Oh my god!
Ajax, it's your turn.
Round 4, baby.
I know that Bianca's stable. I know that 2 people just went down. The sorcerers just dipped. Ajax can't heal. And I can't get over to the other 2.
You gotta book it, man. I mean, the plants that I just made are down now too, so he's not even slowed down anymore.
Yeah, the archers can just finish him off at this point, probably.
Joe, question.
Yeah.
I've done this before previously, so I'm just making sure. If I was to be, like, right here, and I throw my sword, is it just a regular attack?
It would be, because I've let Father Fronheim do it so long ago, so it'd be unfair for me to not let you do it.
Also, I lied. It is not a concentration spell, so the plants are still there.
Okay.
Thank
So,
God.
so that means, Ajax, you just jump. You just leap. Because I don't think you could make it movement-wise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to move Bianca. We're gonna get out of here, but I'm throwing my sword at this thing. I need to be sure. Well, I mean, this thing's looking rough. I'm just gonna throw my
Are
sword.
you gonna be able to get your sword back?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
I might kill this thing. It might die.
And if you don't,
Then, well, it
you
wasn't
have
worth.
a
But
sword. And then we have to fight, and 3 people are down. My good friend. I mean, do whatever you want.
John, this is only kind of related because I really do want this to work out for you. When was your birthday? Has your birthday happened since you've started playing?
no.
In Afera, even too?
Mm-mm.
Damn. All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
A present for you.
Look, okay, I will tell you what I'm trying to do, okay? So that it's not, I'm trying to throw my sword. I can throw a javelin, but my sword is on fire. I have divine energy pumping through it because of my zealot, and I'm going to cast Balefire on this thing if it hits.
Balefire might kill you.
I'm not touching the sword.
Oh my god!
And Balefire's an automatic 40 damage. It might kill him.
It might. Would it do damage to Ajax? Because the thing is, if you go down 2, we're all laying here dead. In the
That's
middle
a
of the
good
floor.
point. Joe, do I get damaged if I throw my sword?
You know what? No.
Okay.
Just try,
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Just
Reckless
try.
attack. We're doing it. Reckless
All
attack.
Let's go.
Natural fucking shit. Yes.
All right, Ajax. Don't even roll that
my
damage,
God.
Ajax. How do you
What
want to
the
do
fuck?
this?
What the fuck?
Oh
What
my.
the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck? The longest 4 rounds of my goddamn life. Holy shit.
Sorry, I'm dying. Can I just roll damage because I want to see how much it is?
Yeah, roll your fucking damage.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Ugh.
Okay, I'm so sorry. All right, that's 12 plus
Watch it actually not be enough
3,
somehow. Still.
9.
Don't say those words. Stop it.
This is my humor.
I
It's,
mean, does the Balefire damage get critted too? There's
I don't know.
Well, it's just 40 flat, so it's not a die roll, so it doesn't get critted.
So just base damage without Balefire is 59 points of damage.
That would have been enough.
Then I'm not going to use Balefire because that's a once per day thing, and we still got shit to do. So
Luckily, wait, Ajax, you were right here. That's where you moved?
Yeah.
You are one lucky son of a gun.
Is the range 20 feet or something?
No, because as you fling the greatsword, it impales in the chest. And as the creature, kind of like Sauron, or the Witch King, sorry.
Oh,
Witch
they
King.
explode.
Yeah, you can see this massive form begin to collapse in on itself like a dying star, and then this expulsion of frost energy impales ice shards in a 20-foot radius, which you are just outside of.
I feel like so. Ajax, for the first time in a very long time, is actually freaking out at this point. There's so much shit going through his mind right now. He knows Bianca's safe, but he doesn't know that Suni and Natalia are safe. He hasn't heard from the other party either. And so, yeah, he just turns the corner slowly and just lets out a large, booming roar and just throws his blade at the creature as it impales the thing and I guess explodes, right?
Yeah, it does. Sending
And he
ice
says-
shards all around.
He says under his breath, "Holy shit, that worked." Fuck. And he's going to put his hand on Bianca's throat to make sure she has a pulse.
She does. Yep.
She does. Oh, fuck. He's going to throw her over his shoulder.
Yep.
Run over, grab his sword, turn it off, sheath it, and try to find. He's going to start yelling for Suni and Natalia. Just Suni, Natalia, Suni, as he's running through trying to find them.
So remember, you're still moving at a quarter speed through the grass.
He'll
to
jump on
find
the.
them.
He'll jump on the roof.
Okay.
Just
And then
leap up.
jump over. And then
Yeah.
run.
I mean,
Um,
technically, to be fair, there is moss on that roof that probably would have been counted in the area. Not
Yep.
that.
So it does take you. We'll say it takes you 2 rounds to get there,
Oh fuck!
where you can try and stabilize both of them. However, Suni, I need you to make a death saving throw as we get to your turn.
Ajax is
11.
relaying this.
11, 1 success. We get to Natalia, who will make her
Oh god.
second death saving throw. Okay,
Gonna have to choose who to stabilize first.
Suni, it's your turn. 1 more death saving throw from you.
9.
It's a failure. As we get to the end of the... Oh, well, sorry. 1 more. Okay. So, Ajax, at that point, you jump down, landing on the ground. And as you see there, you can see 2 motionless bodies, Asuni and Natalia, both lying face first in the grass. Who do you go to first?
He places Bianca down as he's walking and uses the earpiece and says, "Everyone over here is down. We need help. We're safe, but everyone's down." Which one of them looks like they're bleeding out the most?
Make a make a
I know
medicine check for me.
Because I know meta that Suni is not like 1 away from dying. It's a 10.
Okay.
Suni's the healer.
You can see Suni's chest rise and fall with slow, irregular motions. There is no movement on Natalia's body.
He's going to attempt to stabilize Suni.
Okay. Go ahead and make a medicine check with advantage, as I said before.
15.
Suni stabilized.
He's going to, after stabilizing Suni, like start shaking Suni. He's like, "Suni, wake up! Fuck. We have 2 stable. I don't know. We need you." As he's saying it to them, and he's going to put his hands on Natalia and say, "No, wake up. We need you, Natalia. Please, please, wake up."
You can see her eyes open just a little bit as she looks to you in this shallow, raspy voice and says, "Tell Bibi I love her."
No, you tell her.
Tell Ildor, Ilithor, I'll see him soon.
No. Open your
As
eyes.
you see one final breath. Exhale from Natalia Dusong's mouth.
He just continues and he looks up the archers and says, "A potion! Someone! Anything! Do you have healing?"
You can see a lot of them, they kind of begin to, at this point, seeing that the fighting was done, most of them had begun to scatter because they're still fighting all around you. Several of them come down. They try and take out what small healing salves that they have to help with small things, but even the one that had a small common health potion on them, as you take it and try and feed it to her, it has no effect. As Natalia failed all 3 of her death saving throws. And Ajax, as you sit there holding Natalia in your hands, you feel this immense amount of dread about the days, the hours, the months to come, and how much more loss there will be from this point on. And as you hold Natalia Dusong there, Cecily and Carasilla, as you have no idea what's going on, you look and you can see Ildan has stopped where he was. And he has this worried look on his face. We need to go find them. We need to go there now. I feel something's not right. Something's not right. And Ildan is going to start running in their direction.
Yeah, Cecily will be urgently calling towards Ajax on the messaging device. Just, where are you? We're all running now, but look, you need to do what you can. You need to find healing. We're not going to make it quick. Are you all there? Ajax.
He holding
Ajax.
Natalia.
Go ahead.
No, you were gonna say something.
I was just going to say, as Ajax, as you are holding Natalia, and you receive that message from Cecily, before you can respond, the words kind of get caught in your throat as you just kind of freeze. As you hold her there, not sure of what to say or when help will arrive. That is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. There it is. With that, so even on that sad note, thank you for watching, everybody. It was a pretty intense fight, pretty intense everything, and yeah, it is. I'm excited for next week to be here to see how it all shakes down from here.
Me too.
So, thanks for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, even on a somber note. And we will see you next time. Okay. Thanks for watching. See you later. Bye.
Bye.